Hello and welcome back to The Roottries Are Dead. Today we'll start on the expansion called the Roottreemania. This takes place after the whole of the main game content is complete, so if you're not caught up on that, hop on back to my channel and watch the original series. But if you're already all caught up, let's see what dirty secrets this family is hiding this time. Who's barging in today?
Hi, I'm Clark. Probably not who you expected to be knocking, but life's funny sometimes. You've done well staying anonymous. It took us a while to track you down. A lot has happened in the last year. Far too much of it public. But there's stuff going on behind the scenes too. I never wanted to be president. I'm not great with stress, and with my mother's deteriorating I'm sorry, I'm rambling. I'm not here for sympathy. I'm here because part of the fallout of Sam's book is that everyone's coming out of the woodwork. Now that it's public knowledge the Clancet Trust covers any Roottree despite their history with us, a lot of potential cousins have surfaced. You may have seen that man on the cover of News Time. That was a disaster for us. And then Miracle went and made it all about himself. The long and short of it is a lot of potential cousins just showed up. Sam's helping some of them, but she's not really going about it the right way. And she's not taking calls from anyone in the family. I let it slip through a mutual friend that I found you, and I was stopping in. It's manipulative, but I'm hoping she'll reach out to you. You can let her know I'm on her side. In the meantime, if you're willing, I can share our files with you. Pass them along to Sam if she reaches out. I'm genuinely hoping she'll realize I'm an ally. Feel free to do your own research. I've been told you enjoy things like this. To each their own.
Stop judging me. Okay, well, we still have our original tree, but here's our new family tree that we have to work through for this expansion. It appears to be based on various infidelities in the family. So we have one dating back to 1921, then another one in 1949. Then someone really went out and had multiple affairs over the span of the years between 1975 and 1982. But at the end, we actually get a legitimate child in the family that we can enter as well. Now, the green marked place cards are for the people from the original tree, so the family members we already know about. But everything blue will be new people we knew nothing about. We have one notable person to start us off with. Now, an interesting thing is that the name entry is now based on a first name, last name selection. Therefore, we can no longer do that thing we were doing in the main game where you can possibly find out someone's first name and then, because they're the only one available or we already eliminated any duplicates, we know who they were. Now we actually have to properly find their whole name. We are still on 4 relatives needed to lock in rules. And there is also a top secret envelope that we'll be doing at the end. This time it is not connected to any of the rest of the tree here, so the only thing we can deduce about it is that it will be people who fit into this generation down here, but we're not going to be connected to the main content we're working on. So the person visiting us now is Clark, of his fame of marrying 2 sisters one after each other. So he clearly knows plenty about infidelities. So possible he's one of the people here, just having some extra children as well. But yeah, let's see what he brought us and where we need to start digging. So we have not all ones start here with a value of 11, so that should give us plenty to research and plenty to discover from. So we have 6 pieces, the Roottrie Rift, Clark Rafferty Revue, 5 Ps with a star, so that might be the notable person we're looking for, Roottreemania, which is the name of this expansion, and Anonymum. So today is August 3rd, 1999. It's been 8 months since you helped Sam with the research necessary for her book. She paid you a huge amount of money, so we don't really need to do this, like we're set, but we just enjoy it, so we will do it. So the family tracked me down, even though she never revealed my name. And they give us a summary of what happened in between. So 6 pieces is Sam's book about Elias. The Roottrie Rift. In March, the Roottrie company stumbled publicly as they attempted to respond to the book's release with multiple conflicting press releases and a clear lack of leadership. We should probably be just taking all of this as highlights and for our research. We have Clark Rafferty LaRue, who is now the new president, and Sam is officially in the family, and now there's now an outside legal group handling the trust, which includes any new questions of lineage. We have 5 Ps. There was a rash of different people claiming to be Roottries, mostly dismissed as opportunists and scammers. The highest profile of this, and by wide margin, was a rapper named Felix Fellowers, who changed his moniker to 5 Ps as a publicity move at the same time. 5 Ps is the only notable person on the updated tree. Okay, so he is actually confirmed on the tree, so he will be a valuable research piece. We have Roottreemania, another high-profile misstep. Miracle Roottree publicly denied that 5 Ps was a Roottree. Well, Miracle, you were wrong. The Roottree legal team then offered to do a DNA test to get 5 Ps to drop his claim, and it turned out that he was truly a Roottree, and suddenly the world was obsessed with the Rootries. Then we have Anonymum and Jane Doe Roottree. In July, an anonymous woman appeared in interviews with her face and voice disguised to claim that an affair with Roottree led to a birth of her daughter, named Jane Doe Roottree. If true, this would make her daughter yet another secret Roottree and therefore entitled to a share of clan's trust. Nobody knew it at the time, but this would turn out to be the last chapter in the Roottreemania saga. As more and more of Anonymous' story came out, people began to notice how much it echoed 5 Ps in nearly every significant way. The court of public opinion began to turn, confirming world suspicions. The DNA test proved that her daughter was not a Roottree. This final event caused public disappointment, smugness from doubters, and countless accusations of the entire ordeal being an elaborate hoax or attempt at fraud. Things got big ugly, and the fun of Roottreemania seemed to disappear overnight. Now, 2 months later, it feels like a distant memory. Obviously, if we're saying if you're a member of this family, you're set for life because there's money, then some people might be making claims that they shouldn't be making, but one of the other people was confirmed. So we have preview 3 on the Rootries. This is also a value of 8. Some web searches may yield new or different results, and some books and magazines from your previous investigation might be relevant to your new one. It's also a much more widespread search. The list of names will contain red herrings, so not just we have to actually find the names there, also some of them are just not useful at all. Now we not only have all this new content, but yeah, some of the old content might still be relevant, so there will be a lot of things to search. Pin it all to research, even if it's again. So yeah, we have the Roottree County Company, Butler County. I don't think we need to research it, unless we want to find out once again about the Flutnies, our bread, Elias, Carl, and Rihanna, so we have Lauren, Miracle, who's definitely gonna be a new search because he's already gotten into the new situation. Lauren's diaries, we already have them, so probably don't need to search them again, we can get the old stuff. 5 presidents, so now we're up to 6 presidents. We have Caroline, Stephanie, Brian. So actually Stephanie was pregnant in the original game, so the one legitimate child might be her child. Yeah, many of the younger Roottries were found exploring a complex rabbit hole for a conspiracy site that lets us find Chris Rafferty. Let's see if there's anything new about him. And let's see if there will be any new conspiracies as well. November. Yes, we struggle with that one. Even though I eventually guessed it through linked information, I did also find the confirmation we did to find. We have Ron and Robbie, who worked in TV, but then Robbie got into some illegal situation with embezzling. And that's kind of what sealed the situation of like people cannot be removed from Clan's trust, that as long as their family, the money is theirs, which I guess that's where like we get to Sam gets the money and then anyone else confirmed here will be getting the money. Sam and her father were cryptically mentioned in the book about historical letters. Yes, spicy letters. Or what was it? Oh, a steamy correspondence, that's what it was called. There were some dead ends and red herrings. Yeah, the guy called Herring. And this is just a recap of what just happened. And then Clark left us and Sam a note. The company I hired to help us with the clan's trust is busy pouring through the entire family's history, as well as people they may have had contact with. That said, the family is not particularly happy with this and are doing their best to slow things down. Many of them are actively avoiding our interviews. Every time there's a high-profile public case, it causes headaches, so please, I don't mind if you do your research, but I ask that you stop going to the press. Instead, we have a highly trained team of lawyers to back you up. We're ready and willing to verify anyone and everyone you believe could be a realistic part of the relationship that led to the birth of a new Roottrie. Just tell us who to investigate by filling the news section of the tree, and we'll take the time to handle verifying that the timeline checks out. But keep in mind why we're here. If someone didn't have a child or has already been disqualified by our lawyers, like the case of the girl with the negative DNA test, there won't be a place for them on the tree. We're not just looking for affairs and infidelities, we're only looking for the ones that led to potential new Roottries. Some spots in the new sections will be marked with a tree icon. Yeah, okay, so I already looked at that. And yet, remember to use birth names, because the married names and nicknames don't count. To start sorting out the infidelities, I recommend you turn your eyes to the men in positions of power. I'd love to say that's only because it would have been a lot harder for a woman to hide 9 months of pregnancy and birth without the family noticing, but I can't. I'll be blunt, I'm no stranger to infidelity. I wish I could claim that I was perfect husband, but you've seen the family tree, so why pretend? Well, good on you to at least admit it. Some of us learned how to wield our family name and fortune to our benefit. Consequences be damned. I can't change the past or unhurt those who I betrayed. Instead, all I can do is be honest with myself and to you. Refuse to make any more mistakes and do best to sort out the various messes we've left behind. So please, fill in the tree, and together we can figure out how to begin to make amends. Good luck and thank you both, Clark. Yeah, Clark. Is this you? This you? Or was it someone else? Well, if we're saying it was men in positions of power, obviously the presidents are quite possible. 1921 is quite early on. It's quite possible all the way up here, because I'm not sure any of them would have been born and old enough already for such things. Like, I know like he had some quite early in his life. We filled 2 pages of pinning. I'm sort of like, I think this one is just Stephanie having her baby, so that might be an easy one to just get in and log in before we get into all of the sneakier things. We're already printing, so good. So Brian's been updating Stephanie's website, and yes, there is now a baby photo. And their daughter was named after her grandmother, which was a very thing considering she was born the night before Christmas. And it's what's next, and this talks about her career, and just that she will be using this publicity to accomplish bigger things. Let's just check that there wasn't anything in the local paper about her as well. Yes, so this page hasn't been updated for 8 months, so it's just telling us this is just the information you would have found in the original game, so unless you need it for something, don't bother with it. Okay, well, let's just check them out. There are new pictures for them and a picture for the baby. Now, the baby's grandmother is Caroline. I assume it means her maternal grandmother because we don't know about Brian's family. I think we knew about his father, that he had the printing business before him. That could be Caroline, although I'm not sure how is that a Christmas name, just because carols are like Christmas thing. But anyway, we can put Stephanie here. Landon was her name. And she's a politician. And this is Brian. And we also have a new picture for him. And the baby. Yes, there's a Carol as an option. So that would make it both possible. Similar name to Caroline and Carol Christmas. So I think we can put that on. And that puts... her surname is Jones from her father, and she's a baby. Okay, so that's 3 that are potentially ready to confirm, and now we just need to find a 4th person to enter here, whoever that they may be. Well, I guess we'll start from the top. We have 6 pieces. Interestingly enough, there's a version that's older than what we're looking at, even though this book is quite recent, so let's have a look. Okay, so that just says it's an upcoming book by Sam Madsen. There are no details, so that would... I guess we could have looked it up in the original game, and that's all we have gotten. Okay, so this is the full title. Book by Sam Madsen. It was released 1999, and because of the plane crash, yes, it got very popular. Reviews were mixed. Most reviewers agree that the core of the book about Samantha's father and the struggles they faced was compelling, and that the techno of hypocrisy of Elias Roottree was deserved. However, many took umbrage with the timing of the release and the tone of the book, which seemed vindictive. Yes, like, obviously she didn't start writing the book after the plane crash, it just so happened to coincide with it. The fallout from the book led to the Roottrie company scrambling to release a statement, and due to a conflict of leadership, famously released multiple conflicting official statements over 3 days. This confusing move was referenced in popular culture due to a late-night sketch about indecisionitis, but more traditional analysts have been calling it the Roottree rift. That's already pinned. Due to Roottreemania, the book re-entered the charts and sold even better than first time. Okay, I assume this will just lead to some silly things, so... It was a disease coined by a popular sketch show as part of a fake pharmaceutical advertisement for Jit Together. While the segment isn't fully about the Roottree Candy Company, it was released in the weeks after the bizarre response to the release of 6 pieces. The woman orders a number 5 in the drive-thru, then changes it to number 3. This caused lengthy backup and annoyance. As she pulls away, the same woman then barges into the restaurant and past the card line, loudly complaining that she didn't receive her number 5. After this, the sketch transitions from a restaurant scene into a pharmaceutical commercial. A doctor claims that the woman was suffering from indecisionitis, a disease that causes extreme confusion and irritability, and hence recently been found to severely hinder the leaders of large corporations, and could also spread to humans. Yes, leaders of large corporations are not humans. The doctors that recommend Jit Together, a fake pharmaceutical drug, use a catchphrase: when I can't make tough decisions, I gotta get my Jit together. The final testimonial included a bold man in silhouette with voice changer saying, I'm not comfortable sharing who I am, but I am comfortable saying that before I took over my family's candy company, I really should have gotten my Jit together. Just a silly thing. Wow, so we can go into the library and we can get the book, hopefully. It was released earlier this year. All the details, we helped verify the story, so we should be familiar. That said, Sam had subsections on other family secrets and rumors. Much of it didn't matter to the primary purpose of the book, and some of it's new to you and may be important to your new search. This section have been added to your notes. Good, so we don't have to like slog through the whole thing again. Here's the book, also valuable. And this is gonna be from 6 pieces. Yeah, so it's about Sam's history with the company and the rumors and the gossip she collected during that tenure. She ran the farm for a period starting around 1968. After the death of Elias Roottries, until her daughter Gwyneth took over in 1984. Most of the relevant rumors coincide with the reign of Guy Hudson, who took over as president in 1978. Sam was very much not a fan of Guy, and according to 6 pieces, it was an open secret within the family that Guy was very much not a fan of remaining faithful to his wife Patricia. Okay, so he actually might be the guy with the many affairs then. Many of their hires at the time were young, single women, and Guy often spent a lavish amount of money on private parties. This was 20 years ago, and Sam warns that most of it is hearsay. Still, you find the following information that might be relevant. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's met her daughter at one of the guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Rumor has it that her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Okay, it was, the 70s? I heard those were popular things to do at the time. I'm not that old, I have no idea. Guy's main positive contribution to the company involved expanding to markets previously untapped by Roottries. However, when he went to trips overseas, they were often for weeks at a time, and Guy was known for spending more time and money on unofficial business than meetings with distributors and manufacturers. It was said that he bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. There's also a section where Sam speculates that Elias may have also cheated on Gwyneth. Gwyneth was always much kinder to Sam than Elias was, and was the first to invite Sam to the family events. While she had no hard evidence, Sam always got the impression that Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias into allowing Sam back into the family using some kind of leverage, instead of it being a natural course of events. She mentioned that Elias and Gwyneth were now known to loudly argue, sometimes about another woman. Sam also says her son Ernie once asked her who's Beth, because he overheard them yelling about someone with that name. As far as Sam knows, Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth, different Elizabeth than the one that worked on the farm, but she never met her. There's only one summary page. There isn't multiple things to read here. Where are we at? Okay, so there are 3 press releases from the Roottries Candy Company after the 6 pieces book released, and it's called the Roottries due to the clear conflict between them. The first was fairly standard. It stated there was no president, but the entire family was made aware of the book and they would be meeting as soon as possible. Only then could verify the legitimacy of the claims it raised and decide next steps. The second release was emailed to business newspapers 3 hours later and announced that after a vote, Ron Roottries would be taking over temporarily as an interim president. It also went on to state that Ron was aware of the book, had verified the claims within, and would look into compensating Mrs. Madsen and her family immediately. It also stated that the company lawyers would be taking immediate steps with the family to revisit the clan's trust terms to make sure nothing like this could happen again. It was quickly clear to business reporters and analysts that the time between the 2 press releases would not have been logistically sufficient to gather a majority of the family, even using conference calls. This was reported on many news channels, and a third, much shorter press release came the next day. It claimed that a draft of the announcement was made prematurely, and that Clark Rafferty LaRue and Ron Roottries would be taking over as the company's first joint presidents. It also stated that any compensation plan would be based on stringent verification process. We looked at the riff online, but it might be also in some periodicals, maybe. Okay, so there was something in Business Watch. What really happened with Roottries? Mentions that nobody from Roottries they reached out was willing to go on record. Instead, the timeline of events has been constructed from public record, accidental leaks, and a source on the inside. The only parts that are new to you are almost vague parts, the ones supposedly confirmed by their anonymous source. The timeline says that the family actually had a preliminary vote after Carl Roottries died, but before the release of Six Pieces, and decided they wanted Ron to take over because of his experience running our productions and because he was well known and well respected Roottree. But Ron seemed way too eager and personally motivated. They were worried he would get the clan's trust to remove Robbie. The family was notoriously unwilling to do anything that could risk their wealth. They stalled and Ron became frustrated with the delay, and then Six Pieces came out. He saw his chance to for action while the family was in the limelight and released the press release himself in an attempt to get the ball rolling faster. This caused chaos within the family. They tried to save face by allowing Ron to take over as co-president with Clark, but according to Business Watch source, Ron was impossible to deal with. He seemed like he was unwilling to protect the clan's trust, and they eventually let him go. After that, the role passed slowly to Clark, who nobody was excited about but seemed like a safest choice. Poor Clark. Yeah, so Ron is just like, oh yeah, my brother sucks, so can we remove him? But obviously, if you set the precedent for removing people, then everyone is at risk. Now we can look up Clark online or in the periodicals. This is also an older page. Oh no, this is newer page. The older one was just she was doing music with Jim for a bit. Yeah, so he's the new president. But Root has its own leadership instead. So in March of 1989, it was announced that he was president with Ron. This was described as a transitional period after the Six Pieces. And after that, Ron was let go. Yeah, most of the information we know already. Focused on his advertising career and his mother, Lauren. Few seem to touch on his complex and volatile marital history. Oh, we know all about his marital history. Since taking over, Clark has tried to remain out of the spotlight, but did have one notable foray into public eye. He gained a lot of support when his first move was a statement in favor of accepting Sam and her family into the trust. This also served as an announcement that the clan's trust would no longer be handled by anyone in the family, since due to their financial motivation, none of them could ever be impartial. Now they don't get to kick people out however they please. Do we need to look him up in the periodicals? Okay, we have Clark as well as Ruby Spratt and her company Ruby Legal Enterprises were featured in Business Watch after they took over as the keepers of clan's trust. Okay, so they're now in charge of that. There's an article about that process that interviews both Clark and Ruby. Seems that Ruby actually approached the Roottries sometime in the late March after the rift, but well before Roottreemania. As an accomplished but relatively low-profile lawyer, she offered to work for very little money, so long as she could be public face to build her reputation. The family quickly jumped on this chance, as many family members often attempt to spend as little as possible to keep their shares of the clan's trust as high as possible. Such greedy people. You would think, still, it's a company, right? Like, they must have lawyers. You can't run a giant corporation without lots of legal requirements, but, I mean, maybe that's why they're in trouble so much, because they just skimp on everything. After looking over the clan's trust more carefully than anyone had in years, Ruby came to the conclusion that Clancy Edward Rootrees' implementation was not legally sound, and there would be constant legal challenges without some modifications. The family decided to put her in charge of the trust, both legally and as a public face, to prevent further issues. Ruby Legal Enterprises has been described as a mix between a law firm and a PR firm. Her first move, as a sort of a trial run before she was even hired permanently, was to help them draft a public statement accepting Sam into the family and declaring that they began to address the clan's trust. This went quite well, and they officially hired her in early April. Ruby Legal is now in charge of many financial aspects of the company, including verifying any claims to the trust and organizing the various charitable causes such as scholarships that have been set up in the name of the deceased. Okay, anything about him in the local press? No. And the other ones don't seem relevant. He's unlikely to be in Teen Blast. I don't think teens are gonna be that interested. Okay, so now we have this guy called 5 Ps. which is the guy that's supposed to be confirmed. So his name's Felix. I think we already have that pinned here, but maybe we want to move it to his own page. It's a rapper who found some recent radio play after being publicly confirmed as the longest Roottrie and entitled to part of their fortune. Yes, 5 pieces, a play on 5 pieces. An article you found on a website known for their particularly harsh reviews of modern music gives his most recent album, Root of All Evil, 1 star out of 7, for whatever reason, with the headline, "More poser than my action figure collection." The review mentions his real name is David, and he used to go by Dirty Davy. And the author rules the fact that his rebranding was a blatant marketing stunt at the expense of his mother's tragic past. She overdosed when he was 16. Apparently only one of the songs on the album is new, and the others were simply rewritten to turn blatant references to sex and drugs and violence into clumsy euphemisms. His rise to prominence was kickstarted when he appeared a few months ago on the cover of Newstime, holding a photo of his mother with Guy Hudson. He's gonna be the one then. At first the Roottrie company denied it, and Miracle Roottrie even appeared on the same magazine a week later. Okay, so we have to look up them both in there. But since they backtracked publicly and welcome to the family, their press release at the time stated that they had new evidence that confirmed his story. Okay, well, let's look up his album. It's his debut album. Mostly material that he's recorded from his mixtapes before he became notable, but re-recorded with differences and professional production. All Your Problems was the first single released. After dropping the single, he announced that he retained an infamous celebrity lawyer, Steve Whitlock, to sue his family. To date, it doesn't seem like he's followed through. At first, the single didn't make much of a splash, but Whitlock, known for publicity stunts, paid thousands of teenagers a few dollars an hour to call and request a video on MTV, which increased its profile. MTV eventually caught on and banned the video altogether, which in turn received national news coverage and made the song even more popular. But his name is David, Dirty Davy. According to fan sites, Felix Fellowers is not 5P's actual name. His birth name is David Fellowers. Okay. And Dirty Davy was his previous stage name. He used to sell records and perform live shows in Portland under that name. There were some people selling his old mixtapes on auction sites. One is apparently called Dirty Devil and another Dirt Poor. Yes, so Dirty Devil was his first mixtape from the early 90s. There's discrepancies and debates about what year exactly it was released based on some of the pop cultural references, within the range thought to be somewhere between 1992 and 94. One of the songs, Yes I Can Jump, seems to be at the center of the confusion. Some fans have claimed that there are multiple versions with different track lists and songs length on them, though because there's very little evidence of the mixtape online as it is, it's even harder to verify that information. Yes, internet, who knows if they're lying or not. Yes I Can Jump was a song on a 5P's mixtape. It's the only song that didn't make it to his studio album that people thought should have. He references a popular movie from 1992 called White Men Can't Jump. This reference has caused some confusion among the fan base. Because of it, it's agreed upon that the mixtape had to come out in 1992 at the earliest, but others point out that Fellowers references seeing the movie on his 17th birthday, which would have been in 1994. Some take this to mean that the album had been released in 1994 at the earliest. Others claim that he was likely just trying to make himself sound older, since in response to some of the more questionable lyrics, he has stated multiple times that he was just a dumb kid when it was released. Okay, I guess so that kind of narrows it to like, when was he born? Because you can then reference it against like, who could have been his parents. Like, Guy Hudson died when he was quite young, or like, you know, he was not old, so it's like, oh, does it match? So if it's between 1982 and 1994 that he's 17, so he would have been born between 1975 and 1977, something like that, which fits here quite well. And actually, this tree only has one notable person, and it says that the 5-piece is a notable person. So we could put him here, and he should immediately... Oh no, he's not gonna confirm because we don't have a picture for him. But we know his name is David, and followers, yeah. And I guess he's a musician, so we can put that there. And there's also Dirt Poor. Okay, so that was a mixtape from 1996. There's a lot of discussion. I'd like to point out that in one of the songs, it included someone that would be revealed to be his own distant cousin, Reina, in a list of attractive women. The lyrics of one of the songs, Heat, mentions a few different prominent female actresses, models, and musicians from the 90s, and provides a crude pun or line about what followers felt about them. When re-released in 1999, much of the rhetoric was toned down to be less overtly profane, and the line referencing Reina was clumsily replaced with Dana, a reference to the character from The X-Files. I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone in the 90s thought Dana was hot, and actually Gillian Anderson is still very hot to this day. Okay, so we have all your problems, and we got some printing. This is a track, that's the new song of the album, is the about hypocrisy of those that claim money is evil. He points out that the people who think money is evil are those that have it, those that can afford not to be greedy. In the song 5-piece triumphantly talks about taking the Rootries' wealth to do it being his birthright and giving it to those who need it most. Himself? Is he the one that needs it most? You find a copy of the song on a suspicious looking website and download it for your records. Don't download suspicious thing on the internet. So we have the news time, which might be a new periodical. A few issues every week. Yes, the 5-piece appeared on the cover. Then 1 week later, Miracle did the same, denying that 5-piece was related. Per source of this high-profile back-to-back discourse right before the start of Roottreemania, they appear to be de facto publication to get news about the ongoing Roottries saga. They reported record subscriber numbers during this time, which lasted until the end of Roottreemania, when the world generally stopped paying much attention, and they went back to reporting on more traditional news. We now have it in here, so we can search up, I guess, 5-piece. We get printing, so yeah, he appeared on the cover. And then Miracle, okay, so we get both articles in one go. And then who's this Stevie Whitlock person? Is a lawyer with history of publicity stunts and grandstanding. Still, she managed to rack up quite a few legal victories for silly celebrities and athletes. She became famous in the mid-1980s after successfully suing a multinational sandwich company whose 12-inch subs were actually an average of 11.5 inches long. Who could have that been? Any brands come to mind? Stevie argued that since the company sold 1 billion sandwiches per year, there was enough missing sandwich to make a sub long enough to span from New York to Los Angeles. The jury awarded her a paltry $5,000, but the news coverage of her crusade turned out to be priceless. Unfortunately, none of them seems related to the Roottries. No, it seems like another funny thing. Okay, so the value of notable events dropped to 1. It seems like we found almost everything, and I guess once we lock in 5-piece, that should probably be all we need. Okay, so now we have his picture here. Yeah, so we're saying his mother and Guy Hudson. Okay, his mother name was Joanna, and she was Zach's secretary, so he was the previous president. But then Guy took over, and she was his secretary for 2 weeks after, and then she quit. His parents divorced when he was 4. I assume that's his original, like, whoever his mother was married to. And after his father learned of the affair, then they moved to Portland because she was afraid for her and Sanderson's life. He grew up with her until he was 16, but one day his mother never came home from the movie rental store where she worked at the register. Okay, that will be important to finding her job. They found her dead from an overdose in her car. She had stolen all the cash from her drawer and spent it on... As Felix went through her belongings, the only things he had to remember her by were a hairbrush she always used, some photos, and a stuffed animal from her childhood. But then he found it, a box still in the back of her closet. Inside were love letters and photos related to Guy Hudson. as well as a letter from his father containing threats. He threw it all away, with the exception of the one photo he appears on the cover of Newstime. He says it was the only one where they were dressed. Yeah, just the picture you want to find of your parents. The only one not from the affair itself. There's also additional details about 5P's career. He was born Felix, followers to Riley and Joanna. He was born Felix? I thought he was born David. Wasn't that the whole thing we just looked into? I guess we'll find out once we try to confirm it. He tried to find success by opening for other artists and even by selling CDs on street corners in Portland. He only recently started going as 5Ps to harness the power of his lineage. The writer did some research into the truth of these claims and was able to confirm that Joanna did work for the Roottrie company as a secretary, sometimes during the early mid 70s. It also confirms she died of a drug overdose and that Felix went into foster care soon after. They were unable to track down his father. They reached out to the Roottrie company, but the moment the company's blanket statement was, since the release of the recent book, Roottrie has seen an overwhelming number of false ancestral claims. None have been factual and nearly all have been knowingly dishonest. We encourage individuals to reach out to us in an official capacity as opposed to attempting to use our name in the media for publicity. So we have his album. Again, we're not gonna play this song, but yes, this is the Root of Our Evil single. Didn't make a big splash. Still, it's kind of catchy. There are all the words. Interesting, this time it doesn't mention that the lyrics don't have any clues, but this has no value, so I'm gonna go with there's nothing hidden here. And we have Guy Hudson, and that must be the mother, Joanna. Yeah. And we also have Miracle. Now, what's interesting is that we get a new picture of Miracle. Actually, no, there are alternative photos on the original tree, so there's more things we can add. But there is not a spot for an alternative picture of Miracle. So it might be a red herring, or he might fit somewhere. He might fit somewhere on the board. So yeah, he denies that 5Ps was a Roottrie. This article was before the DNA test proved it. He doesn't focus much on the details of the accusation. Instead, he comes across as exhausted at the events that have been going on behind the scenes, as well as the character of those he feels are attacking his family. He started with 6 pieces content. He says that although the book was based in fact, it left out anything that wouldn't fit the agenda. He points out that Sam's daughter still earns a generous salary for overseeing the farm division of Roottrie, and that Sam did the same before her. That Sam's family was not destitute, and that really it was on her son who chose to take on a job with no salary. Because her son was Ernie Jr., who became one of the company presidents, but you don't really get paid for that job, because it expected that you get money from the trust, but they weren't getting the trust. He claims that though they didn't have to, the family helped pay for her son's medical bills after voting that it was the right thing to do. Pretty sure there was like a whole thing about that they weren't doing it, and Carl had to like strong arm him into it. Merrick also says that the story about his father Elias shunning EC was one-sided, leaving out Edward Clancy's blame in the whole thing. Elias gave him a simple ultimatum: stop sinning or beat us out. Now, stop sinning in this case means stop being gay. Merrick says it was EC's own choice, and that Elias allowing him to earn food and shelter on the company's dime was a kindness, especially considering that he and John continued to live together. Merkel then pivots the fallout from 6 pieces. He recounts a deluge of claims to the clan's trust that the family have been subject to. He doesn't cite any specifics, but says that every time someone comes forward, the family devolves into arguments. They had to hire an outside legal team to help, but so far every case has been demonstrably laughably false. All they do is tarnish his family reputation. He focuses on 5Ps who appeared on Newstime before him. He calls him a grifter and a delinquent, and says he's using their name and products to sell filth to the masses. Of all the accusations, he says this is the most dangerous because it exposes the world to hatred. He cites 5Ps lyrics as violent, sexist, and ungodly, and prays the boy will repent, retract his lies, and find religion. Lastly, he turns to the future. Miracle states that those that wish to hear the true story can join him on his farewell tour and the upcoming fall. The Miracle Roottries are planning on touring the country churches one last time. And now that at age 71, Miracle is the oldest living Rootrie, while he plans to continue preaching at his own church in Butler County. After the tour, this is your last chance to hear the truth from the man with the most complete recollection of one of America's most notable families in their hometown. The article mentions that Miracle's son, Miracle Jr., did not wish to comment and has a statement from Clark Rafferty LaRue through the law firm. Miracle does not speak for the entire family. We're working carefully on a plan to definitely disprove any claims of infidelity in our family's past. The article also does not refute Miracle's claim that he's the oldest living Roottrie, despite Sam Madsen being born a year before him. It was unclear if Miracle made the claim out of ignorance or spite. Okay, well this has a value of 1, so there's something here. But again, that might just be the 5-piece situation, because we don't have him logged in. We will do that in a minute. Now, the only thing other than that I read into it is that Miracle seems very adamant that all accusations of infidelity are false. But yeah, again, with there being a picture and no room for alternate picture, sounding very suspicious right there, my man. What we know now is that this was likely Elias. This might have been Miracle then. I mean, it may have. It just sounds very suspicious. Like he's the one that just races to be like, oh, no affairs, everyone's dying. And then he's promoting his tour as well. Like, that may have been his main motivation as well. And I guess 5-piece goes here with this picture. And this is Guy Hudson, and that's Joanna. Now, yeah, we know that she's Joanna, but the surname is from her husband. So we still will have to find out what her actual maiden name was. But we can add him here. And she was cashier, and like literally just before she died, because she was a secretary when she met Guy, but then she worked as a cashier. And this will be 5-piece with the big. Now I'm kind of in the original game. I've really made my life hard because I've confirmed everything that was easy, and then I was stuck with the people that were like the hardest to do anything about. So I know I have 3 here. So I'm sort of just being really careful about who I put in fully now. Using the situation wisely. So he was the 3rd president. So I'm thinking, this was Elias, Roottree, president the 1st, and someone called Elizabeth. So we don't have a surname for, and that she was a secretary for him, which we got from reading one of the things. This was Guy Hudson. We could actually just straight up find out if this was Miracle, because we have 3 assuming the baby's name is correct. So it should confirm if we put all of his details here. He's not a public speaker, he's a preacher. Okay, well, that means it's either not Miracle or this baby's not called Carol. Okay, well, I guess we can put either picture of Guy Hudson or 5-piece and see if that takes us anywhere. Yes. It was Miracle. Yep. He dirty. He was just like right out there. No affairs. Everyone's lying, trying to protect himself. And the baby's correct. Oh, yes, I was being silly. Because I've had Brian, but Brian is not a main character, so he wasn't counting. This expansion is large. This was just me getting through the little bits and pieces of like the information we were given just at the start. And yeah, we've basically got 4 locked in, and there is still tons of stuff I got pinned from just that I still need to get into.
Has Clark reached out to you? Well, let me give you a short history lesson about the last few months of my life. 3 different people contacted me, claiming that somewhere in their history, they might be Roottries. First, that young man, the rapper. I ignored that one. He seemed dubious. But then I saw the news. I felt terrible. So I began helping the others. Because my doubts with Felix were so misfounded, I ended up putting too much faith in the second person that approached me. I went to the media prematurely. I admit my mistake there. But the third person who contacted me also had a credible case. Before I could help, the company got to them somehow. The fact that the family silenced them doesn't seem to fill me with hope when it comes to Clark's intentions. But you're making progress based on the leads he gave you. It's really hard for me to get a read on him. I'll let you handle it. I've sent you the case I've been working on, and some company records I managed to track down. The records are quite dense, but hopefully they're useful. Good luck.
So we've identified some of the members of the family with 4 relatives locked in, and now we should turn our attention to the evidence that Sam brought us, which should hopefully lead us to some more people we need to identify. Maybe let's start with the picture here, put some faces to the situation. This is Mary Beth Clementine. We have 4 people. So, yes, photo from San. A woman named Regina Clementine came to her and claimed that her husband has confessed he thinks he's a Roottrie. Details of the case can be found in your evidence. Stuart is the older boy wearing a vest. The woman in the photo is Mary Beth Clementine, a singer who may have had an affair with Miracle Roottrie. Yes, we know Miracle was involved. Let's start making new pages. We still have lots of threads to investigate just from the catch-up things, but we'll get to them if we're stuck. Just title this Miracle, because it will be related to him. So we have Regina Clementine, but she's actually just going to be a spouse of someone who might be a Roottree. This is the mother. So we have an email here. This is all the information I have about Regina Clementine Salazar. Okay, that will be her maiden name right there for us. From New Orleans, Louisiana, and her husband, Stuart Clementine. She wrote me about a month ago. Apparently the Roottries lawyers went after her since then. By the time I received her letter and called her, she told me she couldn't cooperate anymore. Her husband, who is a police officer and never knew his father, told her he thought he might be a Roottree, but he's estranged from his family and didn't want to pursue it because he had no proof. She wrote to me behind his back. Normally I wouldn't be so sure, but she had some pretty credible facts. Some of it I've been able to confirm. Stuart's mother was named Mary Beth Clementine. She was pretty well known in the 30s to 50s, a singer who went on tour to a lot of churches. You can look her up online, and she was pretty big proponent of adoption. I know for a fact that she came to Butler Country a few times. I remember him from when I was younger. And Regina said that Stuart told her that they always seem to spend a lot of time at the Miracle Church. She sent me a photo to prove that she's who she says she is. I've attached it to this email. And her email signature is promoting her book. And also, yes, save a tree, don't print this. We printed it. And we also have company records. Given some partial staff records to cross-reference by Sam. The records are based on old tax mailing information and detail employees that work directly for Roottree. Okay, Guy's secretaries, searching people might be. Okay, so this is a lot of names across years. And yes, trying to search every single person might not be so useful. But yes, if we're trying to find if someone worked there or anything like that, this may be useful. I think I'll get back to like kind of combing through it a bit later, like because this is not going to help with the Miracle thing. So I think I'm going to go down to this Miracle and Mary Beth situation first, and then we can go through it. However, the only one thing I want to get from here is that yes, there was a Joanna Robertson that worked there, and then her name was changed to Flowers. So this is how we get the maiden name of 5 pieces batter. So we can now add that in here. So she's now ready to be confirmed. We're gonna leave Guy and all of the company records for a bit later and instead start looking up Mary Beth Clementine. She was a singer. Most people are in the US, 1942, 1959. She traveled the country performing at churches, mix of religious and popular songs. She recorded a few records that are lost to time. The only one you find mentioned was the cover He's Got the Whole World in His Hands, released under the label New Edison. One thing she was known for was her adoptions. She's listed on many sites that mention adoption and the history of adoption. She adopted 2 children in late 1840s, Stuart and Mark. Did she adopt them though? Or did she acquire them through other means and then said she adopted them? She also spoke as an advocate for the benefits of adoption in front of the United States Congress, who were convening to debate and discuss the then recent first adoption of an African-American child to a white family in the US. She was specifically there to detail her experience going through the system to adopt Stuart. Her other son was adopted later, and according to a single line on adoption site, under unusual circumstances, as in not actually adopted. In 1959, it's surprised that Mary Beth had been twice divorced, both times to her manager Sterling. This ended her career with the religious audience she has been catering to, and while she's performed occasionally since then, she mostly faded into obscurity. The church people don't like it when you get divorced, I hear. Well, so we know Stuart is the guy that we were contacted about potentially being a Roottrie. It's not necessarily that he might be a Roottrie then if she adopted him, but then the other child was suspiciously adopted, let's call it, and therefore he might be the Roottrie. So we already know miracles here, and we will have Mary Beth. Now, she is called Clementine across this, but it is not clear whether, like, if she's married her manager, is that his name then, or did she have this name from somewhere else? So, I mean, I'll put it in for now, but we need to change it. And she was a musician, and this is her. And this was a guy named Sterling. I assume that's his first name. So he might be a Clementine, or he might have another name. It is potentially this guy on the picture that's with them. Because, yeah, I don't think it's anyone else from the family. It's not Miracle. We have a picture of Miracle, and that's not what he looked like anyway. So this seems likely. So now we have the older boy on the picture was Stuart. And their name was then Clementine because his wife is also Clementine, but her maiden name was Salazar. And he's a police officer. Okay, and then his brother is Mark, so this is the potential Roottrie child, really, but we don't know anything about him really right now. Let's see if we can find about the songs. Nothing here. New Edison. So we have New Edison was a smart record label based in Los Angeles that existed for a few years in the 40s. It raced to release cover records of songs that were gaining in popularity. According to the website about the history of recorded sound, it was named after its founder, Sterling Edison. Its biggest claim to fame is being sued by the estate of Thomas Edison in Edison Record v. Edsel. You also find a few references to the New Edison and Mary Beth Clementine sets about old records. One collector says that the Holy Grail is a re-release of Old Rugged Cross, and says that the first edition was originally published before she legally changed her name. She might not have his name because his name was Edison, but she still has changed her name for some reason. Another site claims that the police had been called to the New Edison records after its owner Sterling Edison got in a physical altercation in public, leading to a divorce. There are no cited sources or evidence, and the site's content seems user submitted. There's an email address at the bottom and the phrase, "Send me your stories about old Hollywood," and I'll add them to the page. Okay. User-sourced content, always trustworthy. That just goes back to this page. What about this lawsuit? Okay, Edison Records was one of the first record labels named after Thomas Edison. The history of the company seems very unimportant except the lawsuit. A website about lawsuits mentions this is a fun case because the name of the lawsuit was actually the biggest problem for the person being sued. A record producer who called himself Edison was immediately outed as not actually being named Edison. Edsel was a German last name. At the time of the founding of the company, the US was at war with Germany. The company's founder immediately settled to try to get the case to go away, but the damage was done. Okay, so his name was Edsel, not Edison. But her last name is not Clementine. She had it changed. Sam mentions she visited the area as like a musician to perform, and that's how she obviously was around Miracle. So let's see if she's in the periodicals. She came to Butler Country a few times, played the religious hymn at the Miracle Congregation, mentioned 2 times. Miracle Congregation welcomes Mary Beth Clementine with open arms, and other things. The article mentions that the church leader was moved when he heard Mary Beth's recording of one of his favorite hymns, His Eyes on the Sparrow. She and her son are welcome to stay here in our guest home. The second visit was a few years later, in 1953. The article mentions that her first visit was a massive success, and at the insistence of Miracle's congregation, she returned for an encore performance. It also mentions that the unusual circumstances of her second son's adoption have prevented her from touring recently, but doesn't clarify. She was pregnant, she couldn't tour, because then you would have known it wasn't an adoption. They are being quite obvious about this one, but that still doesn't lead us to her name. Now, another periodical we have is this music thing, so she might be in there. Yes. She was reviewed and advertised many times. There was also some other Mary Beth Clementine releases that appeared over the years. One of them was The Old Rugged Cross, which is the only song that was advertised but not reviewed. Okay, can we look this up in this periodical then? It was first reviewed by Magazine Herald, listed under Mary Beth Quaker. Okay, so her original name is going to be Quaker. There we go. That's a quick one. They handed this one to us quite easily. Booyah! I forgot to do that last time. Terrible performance from me. On Stewart, the line kind of ends, but his brother Mark had more happenings. So we could see if it's available on the internet, and if not, then we will go to the new threads instead. Oh, we're printing right away. Crocodile Clementine is listed on a website titled The Infamy List. It's a massive list of criminals who are known for odd crimes. Okay, well, I guess he got into some interesting business. I mean, there was some things about Miracle being in trouble for their fraud and other things, so, you know, not exactly fallen out of certain things the family was up to. Although Mark's nickname would imply he hails from Florida, a lot of the others on the list come from there. Yeah, it's some weird thing about Florida people being doing crazy things, but I actually think that was something to do with the fact that in Florida, lots of the records, like arrests and whatever, are very public, so it's really easy for press to pick up all of the stories about Florida man doing this and that. Yes, he's from Los Angeles. He has a pretty big entry. He seems like a real piece of work. There's a small note about him being the basket baby of 1950s. I don't know what that means. Okay, so they're saying that he was supposedly literally abandoned on a doorstep in a basket, and that's why he's the basket baby. Okay, like it's quite literally basket baby. I actually have someone in my family who was abandoned on a doorstep during the war. So yeah, we don't actually know who the original family were, and they never came back to claim the child, so he just grew up with the family that found him on the doorstep. Okay, yeah, so he was a basket baby, but everything else is about him as an adult. He lost his job in 1975 as a pilot for a regional airline after he tried to board the wrong airplane's plane because he was drunk. He was charged with trespassing and assault. 1982, arrested for smuggling animals over Canadian and Mexican borders for illegal reptile supplier in Los Angeles. He was apparently quite successful for the first 4 years, but he was caught where he had to make an emergency landing in Portland after he was bitten on the foot by a crocodile, hence the nickname. Apparently the Portland Telegraph is credited as having given him the nickname. We're gonna save the Portland Telegraph because we've had Portland mentioned a few times around the various things, so if we can add that to our periodicals, that may help us as well. His mugshot from the incident has been added to your photos. Okay, so we have his face. 1993, he was released on parole, but his freedom didn't last long. He was arrested in 1994 in San Diego for violating it in an attempt to visit his daughter's graduation. He famously punched the principal, a man named Billy Sims. The incident received national press. Take his picture and add it to the board. And well, he was a pilot and then he was a criminal, but I assume criminal is not on the list, yes, so we can put a pilot as his occupation. And yeah, then we can hopefully identify his spouse and children based on this incident he got involved in. Yeah, we've added Portland Telegraph for Portland, Oregon to our periodicals, so we can now look up Mark. Maybe there he was flying his plane between Los Angeles, Juarez, and Vancouver. Yes, he was bit by a crocodile and had to call in Mayday because he was losing blood. He tried to tell them that he was a crop duster and somehow cut his leg on a piece of metal in the cockpit, but his story seemed odd and controllers quickly alerted the police without informing him. When he landed, they were waiting and he was promptly arrested. Did he just have a loose crocodile in his plane? Like they didn't put him in a cage or anything like that? Okay, what about this guy that he punched? Billy Sims is the principal of Sandstone Canyon High School. Had his 15 minutes of fame in 1994 when he was punched by the crocodile Clementine at the graduation. Pretty much every news organization, from trustworthy to tabloids, seems to have their own take on the altercation. It wasn't the punch that captured the nation's attention, however. Instead, it was Billy Sims' matter-of-fact response to the threat and his comments afterwards, as heard in the now famous audio clip from someone who was recording the ceremony. Billy saw Mark hop onto the graduation stage and said, "Sir, you'll want to sit down or we'll have a problem." At this point, Crocodile reportedly sucker punched him in the face. Billy apparently only slightly dazed said, "Alright sir, I guess we will have a problem." Clementine tried to throw another punch, but Sims anticipated and performed a maneuver that spectators describe as a wrestling move mixed with backward somersault, which immediately brought both men to the floor, with Sims straddling Clementine, keeping him neutralized. Okay, wow, teachers really got his combat skills. As security arrived, the recording captured someone asking, "How did you do that?" And Sims' response was famously, "Trust me, I'm as surprised as anyone." Okay, can we look up this school? It's a school in San Diego, but yes, it's the incident. Okay, well, we don't have a newspaper for San Diego, but we can, I guess, try News Time because they will cover national things. A small piece about fight between Sims and Crocodile. Try to approach from a different perspective. Paint a picture of the two men involved from others who know them best. Not only did they manage to interview Sims' wife Carla, as well as multiple staff members at the school, but they hunted down Colleen Webb, Mark's ex-wife. According to the section with Colleen, she and he met when he worked for an airline, and she worked at an airport. We don't really need that because we want her to need her job. He was a drinker and would often have wild mood swings. When he was charged with assault of a pilot and lost his job, they got divorced. At the time, she was pregnant with their second daughter, and she felt she needed to get out before things got worse. She left him and moved to San Diego to live with her sister and told her orders that her dad had to fly planes for the army. Lion. She raised them both by herself, and although she never went through the trouble of changing their names legally, they used web names so that nobody would connect them to her ex-husband. Okay, so that will be a clue for when they're named, because yes, they will be coming up as maybe Web, but their maiden name would actually be the Clementine. And there's nothing on the web for Colleen. Well, we can put Colleen here. that sort of cuts off our search because there was no mention of the kids' names or anything like that to keep looking for them. So unless we can identify some San Diego news source or something else, yeah, we won't have anything here. So we may give this bit a rest for now and see if we get more information or more sources that we may need in a bit. We can try to dive into what was Guy doing. What was Guy doing? Guy was a very busy guy. But I guess we have all those records. So if there was a secretary to Elias, we might be able to find her in the company records. Okay, we have in 1976, Beth Knox was given 50-year work anniversary bonus. If she worked there for 50 years, it would have been 1926 when she started. So it's later than this possible infidelities in 1921, and there's that he knew her before, or it's like some weird record things like, you know, they were a small local company, so she was a secretary there, but she's only on the books for the Roottries like corporation later on. But at least for now, that seems like a clue that, you know, we have a secretary that was at the company, I think, while Elias was still there, and therefore that might be her. We don't have a picture for her, even a potential picture, so we can't. And we also don't have a picture of Elias at all. How can we get a picture of Elias? Because we have all of the archived evidence, but we can't use it in the expansions. Like, we can't collect their face again, so we have to find a picture of Elias again. And, you know, he was from like the early 1900s, so it's not like everyone was snapping pics all day long. I mean, we still have lots of bits and bobs we need to research to follow threads, but I'm keeping them for when I need to find new things. Let's look into the book about Elias, because obviously since the family's been in the news, there may have been some additional things. Family Man, Roottree Legacy by Bess Wisdom was a very poorly received book about Elias. There were very few copies of the original published in 1920, but it was recently republished by same publishing company that printed Lawrence Diary for schools. It seems they wished to capitalize on Roottreemania. It did not work. But if it was republished, there might be now library copies. There we go. This book had a picture of the farm on the cover. This version includes a portrait of Elias. Because yes, first time we tried to look the book up in the original game, it was like, nah, it was a bad book and no one has a copy. There we go. Especially of biased or misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political view or point of view. But if we were to replace that definition with a picture, it would be a picture of this book. This book tells you nothing new about Elias, and from what you know, his true feelings towards some of his extended family, you're not sure it tells you anything true about Elias either. The reissue of the book was so lazy that they reused the famous photo of Elias from Business Watch, whose copyright has expired. The best thing it has going for it, it's only 85 pages long. Yeah, so we actually get the same picture of Elias we had, we just had to get it again via new means because nothing is usable from the original game evidence. So we can add a picture of Elias here. So we're currently sitting at 2 possible people that might need confirming. Okay, it might be time to start looking through the things we've pinned but haven't researched yet. We have Ruby Spratt. Like, her legal company is rather elusive. The most complete source of information you can find from before her time with the Roottries is from the website for a magazine owned by a major airline. She was the subject of one article from a recurring series about modern-day success stories. She grew up in foster care but excelled at the school and earned a scholarship to study at Mid-Eastern University. She graduated at the top of her legal class and was quickly hired as a lawyer for a prominent firm. There are a few high-profile corporate-involved cases she was part of. One was a legal consultant for a class-action lawsuit against a manufacturer of steering wheel covers. Another was to help a local gas station chain in her hometown of Portland. Again, Portland, so we can probably look her up. The Portland paper we have and see if there's anything about her. With the rollout of a promotion that allowed gas station customers to the ability to bet on the price of gas. Okay. I mean, I'm not sure why we need to research her right now, because she's the lawyer for the family. But, I mean, we're just researching everyone, right? Like, in the main game, I sort of fall into a few traps, because I was like, oh, what could a book about swashbuckle my heart before? But it turned out that was important, so shouldn't just discard something because it's like, oh, what's that? What is this information for? Doesn't sound useful, so we'll see what we can dig up. The blurb ends up calling her the new firm a double threat. It's a cross between traditional lawyer and PR manager. Okay, is there anything more if we look up the company? Yes, the company was hired by Roottries. Not much from before this year. They hired her as an outside counsel, and now it's tied to multiple aspects of the Roottries corporation. They were recently in the news to a high-profile lawsuit they raised against Cicely Sanchez. Okay, we have Mid-Eastern University, because it's midway between Maine and Miami. They are not known for their sports as much as for their education. Their legal and language departments are divided joint. They also have fairly extensive computer science and robotic programs. They're not quite Ivy League, but some refer to them as Little Ivy. The college has embraced this, calling their newspaper the Herald, which is a combination of Hedera, which is a type of ivy, and Herald. Okay. Can we also get this paper for us? Yep, we get to have it added. Now, based on how much this is leading to information, it feels like Ruby will come up more in this investigation. Like, she will be important for some reason. Okay, was this Cicely Sanchez then? It's an author best known for Portrait of a Changed Man, released in 1979. Her follow-up Foreign Gospel did not perform as well critically, but still sold quite respectably. She has written a few more books since then, including Biography of Van Gogh, but her first two are her claim to fame. Cicely is known for her non-fiction, with a focus on exploring darkness and human psyche. Recently, she appeared in a magazine called Picotet, with an article about a book she had been commissioned to write up for Guy Hudson. The magazine and Cicely herself were immediately issued a cease and desist due to its inclusion of pictures that she never had the rights to publish. The issue was pulled from the store shelves, making it an instant collector's item. Okay, what's with this Picotet then? It's a flower with an outline on the edges. Okay, I think if we put it in the periodicals and then try to look something up, it immediately adds itself anyway. So, yep, we are printing, and we've had Picotet. It's a recent supermarket tabloid that latches onto popular culture. Okay, there was some mentions of tabloids in the other things, so we may be able to use this one. An issue that focuses on talking toy fish, and the demonic messages it supposedly says, as the batteries ran low. Picotet had an article about a cancelled book by Cicely Sanchez. The book's subject was Guy Hudson, and the issue was said to contain pictures that Cicely did not have rights to publish. Because of the pictures, the issue was pulled. Due to its recall, the version found in the archives is incomplete. Okay, so it doesn't even have the things. Yes, it's a demon fish. Beelzebub, because this popular gift the thing homes with satanic messages. Yeah. But apparently 8 points here, so it's valuable. Article about Cicely Sanchez. Andre's book she had written about Guy Hudson. Okay, so there's the information we need for Guy's adventures. That used photos of Guy that Cicely did not own the rights to publish, so they had to be removed. It was pulled from the shelves that the version you found in your periodic research had the relevant page removed, rendering this magazine useless unless you want to read about a potentially demonic fish toy. Yeah, let me read about the demonic fish toy. No? Okay. Well, this is interesting because this is worth 8 points, but there is literally... that's the content of this. This means there is a way, probably, to find the article contents through some means. The issue was pulled from the store shelves, making it the subject of some conspiracies. We do have our guy. Oh, can we find him? Can we find we have the guy that did Roottries conspiracies before. Yes, here. Following a complex rabbit hole through conspiracy site that led to finding a searchable web address for Chris Rafferty. Chris Raff. Okay, well, let's look into Chris Raff. Okay, we've got something from here. Chris Rafferty project site seemed to have been discovered by the masses. Gone are the art pictures of his cousin. Instead, it's a list of questions that people kept emailing him. The most relevant are the following. Are you the son of Clark Rafferty? Yes, but I didn't grow up with him. I remember him from when I was a little kid, but I moved away with my mom when I was very young. We left Pennsylvania and moved back to home in Virginia. We lived there with Pete, my stepdad. My dad and I spoke a few times when I found his phone number on a check he sent us in the mail when I was 15. He was happy to hear from me, and now he calls me once a month and came to visit me at college. He tells me about things I don't remember, people like Guy Hudson and Ernie Madsen. My dad and I get along, but obviously we aren't close. Did you ever meet the Roottries? I used to know the Roottries, but never the sisters. I was in the office sometimes when I was a kid. I definitely met Guy Hudson before he died, but I don't remember. My memory is weird. It's hard to know what I actually remember and what I only think I do because I have pictures. For example, I have a photo from when I was 5 and in the office with my dad and Guy was there. I made myself sick by eating chocolate and some woman who I don't know cleaned my face. The photo was added to your evidence, okay. This will be some context to something later. How did you have proof of Ernie Madsen's heart condition? I knew Ernie had heart problems because my dad told me. On one of our phone calls, I asked him about the poison because I saw it on the Rootree Curse website, and he emailed some old stuff including the proof, but even with the proof the website didn't take it down. You spelled fiancé wrong. Yes, it was something weird. I'm not good with spelling or writing. I'm good at painting and other art. I'm going to school to learn how to edit movies. I want to make cartoons someday. So Lulu is much better at spelling. Okay, so yeah, that's how we get to the conspiracies maybes. During your initial search, you came across Thomas Overwood conspiracy page about the Roottries. 8 months later, the page still exists and it's thriving. The visitor count has reached 7 digits. Many older articles have been replaced. It seems that the recent uprising in Rootree news has left Thomas Overwood with a constant stream of events to base new theories on. More than one of his theories involved Rootree deaths being faked. According to Overwood, statistically, when you have this many high-profile people who have died in a family, people die. Eventually everyone will die, so statistically everyone in the family will die. The other and one of them faked their death. It's just math. Or they died. This newfound focus on death faking seems to coincide with a post mentioning that he's begun believing the guy's not dead theory. Are we saying he's going around and still having kids all over the country, so we're gonna have to track them down. In his own words, my eyes have been opened. All of this is beginning to make too much sense. On one of his posts details the belief that Ron Roottree is still in charge. Gwyn Roottree's death was fake. Well, Gwyn died. And that Clark is the only there to throw people off. Apparently this allowed Ron to travel to France to develop his new candy recipe in secret. What is it gonna be now? Not even Sam Madsen is spared. According to Overwood, the author of 6 Pieces isn't real. Sam Madsen is an anagram for madness. They're purposely leaving hints for us. He claims that using 6 Pieces with Lauren Roottree's book as one-time pad, he has begun to decrypt the cipher. Most of the cipher seems meaningless, but he managed to pick up the words people and vastness, and is working on figuring out what this means. There is also a request at the bottom. Next year, 2000 is a leap year, and Overwood is looking for funds and volunteers to catch the Roottries red-handed in Operation RT-29. He specifically mentions not to volunteer if you've ever drank spirit cola, but doesn't go into why. I'm pretty sure he said last time that it's because he thinks everyone who drank spirit cola will die in the year 2000. And yes, the Operation RT-29 is the one where you can commit crimes on February 29th, and unless you're discovered on the same day, you can't be charged because that's how law works. It's a secret day where you just get to do whatever you want. Okay, so Guy's not dead. Ooh. We're printing a lot. The Guy's Not Dead conspiracy stems from a website that focuses on clues that the Rootries have supposedly hid all over the place. This includes on candy wrappers, in print advertisement, in television commercials, in their jingles, etc. The story, according to the website, is that Guy Hudson was a terrible president, he was, of the Roottries company, and introduced multiple failed products. Something needed to be done that would put the company instantly back in favor of the consumer, so they killed off Guy Hudson and replaced him with a new president. This move immediately garnered sympathy, and the company recovered the next year, more popular than ever. The next president stayed much further out of the limelight, and some people even theorized that he was simply Guy Hudson in an elaborate disguise, which is why he stopped appearing in public. The people who run this site are asking for help. They're certain that there's a clue to all of this that accidentally leaked in a banned article from the magazine Picotet. On their pages, a scan of the magazine's cover, the interview with Cicely Sanchez about Guy Hudson, and some photos. You add them to your evidence, okay. So that's how we get this recalled article. Wow, we have 5 things in evidence, so let's get in there. Okay, so we have pictures. This is the one from Chris Rafferty with Guy, his dad, and some woman that might be one of the mistresses to Guy, secretaries to Guy. One the same apparently. We have Guy again, and some people here. It's just from the magazine, but apparently it's a Christmas thing, so we have to watch out for Christmas related situations. And we have Guy and Zach, and again some other woman that will probably also be one of the mistress's secretaries. So this is probably closer to when Guy takes over from Zach then, or something like that. So yeah, we have like a timeline that first Guy Hudson comes in as special management, and then next year after he replaces Zach. So yeah, that picture might be from around that time, because then Zach just left and checked out, right? He wouldn't be around much more after he stopped being president. And then we have Picotet, uncensored, but still no article about the fish. It's an interview with Cicely Sanchez, an author. She was hired to write a book about Guy Hudson. Okay, let's get our Guy page ready. You claim to have been paid a significant amount to write a book about one of the Roottries, Guy Hudson. He was president for a short period at the end of the 1970s, right? Yeah, I met him on New Year's Eve, actually, the last night of 1978. That gives us some of a timeline about what she might be talking about. Guy liked to throw big parties. I was just coming off of Changed Man, that's one of her books, and looking for my next project. When his wife learned who I was, she invited me to a party and they cornered me to talk about a book. This was the first time anyone recognized me for my work. I had finally made it. The book they asked me to write sounded great, but then none of the stuff that made him interesting was allowed to stay. Chop chop, snip snip. Anything with even the slightest threat to Guy's image ended up a gonzo. What was the stuff that made him interesting? At his core, Guy was not complicated. In fact, I think I could boil him down to 2 traits. First, he wanted to be seen as the second coming of Elias Roottree. Second, he'd never be satisfied living the life needed to be seen that way. He had his fortune and good looks, and he really liked to exploit that to pick up women. But he couldn't let anyone else know, so it cost him a lot to cover it up. That was the only interesting aspect of Guy. He was James Bond trying to convince people he was Mr. Rogers, I guess? Mr. Rogers, really? Maybe that's not the best metaphor. But Elias Roottree was boring as hell and all about family. Well, he may have not been actually all about family. Guy did everything he could to be seen that way. After I submitted my first draft, he sent me this garbage book, The Roottries Legacy, with Elias on the cover. The last time he and I met, he had even switched out his orange suits for one of the same green ones Elias wore. Remember fancy flavors? Guy knew that part of Elias' legacy was 5-piece flavor, so that's what Guy tried to do. Caviar was a disaster here, but it was actually somewhat popular in Brazil for whatever reason. In Christmas 1979, he went to Brazil to open the Roottries Brazil factory, okay? So that might be that Christmas picture we just saw. Guy was always hopping around the world trying to recreate that success. So how come the book never came out? It's complicated. I had an out in my contract. Surprisingly, Guy signed the contract my lawyers wrote without running it by anybody in his legal department. I could pull my name off the book at any time, but Guy still got the content. After I left, it probably got a lot harder to convince any real publisher to give it their time. He was the president, right? Do you know why he never released it himself? If I had to guess, his family very wisely put a stop to it. Mid-1981, months after I had already moved on, he called me back and showed me a final draft. Do you know how expensive it is to publish one copy of a book? It had my name on it in big, shiny, embossed letters, like all problems in his life. Throwing money at me was his attempt to win me back. But it had half the page count and the narrative was torn to bits. No thanks. The dinner was good. Imported steak that likely cost as much as a month of my mortgage. And we all got pretty drunk. He sent his mistress, Susie something, into the bathroom to proposition me. Okay, well, I guess we'll save her for later. Poor girl, I remember her from our trips overseas. She was too good for him. Anyway, he died soon after, and that was the last it ever came up. Okay, so in mid-1981, he had a mistress called Susie, but she was around for longer because they're saying while she worked with him on the book, she was already there. What can you tell us about the family? An insight into the scandals from the recent book by Sam Matson? I actually haven't read it. I just skimmed the section on Guy to see why people were suddenly calling me up to ask about the man. I'd said she did well for what she had to work with. She only had rumors where I spent time tailing him. Sometimes he knew, sometimes he didn't. He invited me to join him when dealing with Roottree Brazil, but I actually had people on him when he went to Australia, France, and China too. He was all over, like we're gonna be tracking people from all over the world. When he met with someone, I'd figure out who they were and how they were involved. Dudley saw if a meeting happened when he didn't want me to be around. Despite his best effort, I got the whole truth, including things even his family never knew. For example, the daughter of his business partner in Australia, I think her name was Robin. He and she definitely spent a few nights together he didn't want his family to know about, but I did. Madsen got things wrong. Sam mentions Guy's affairs and treats him like most people would logically think to treat them. Like the infidelity was a problem for Patricia. When his wife first approached me though, it wasn't to talk, if you get my meaning. On paper and in public it was a marriage like any other, but in reality it was more of a mutually beneficial arrangement. They got both what they wanted out of it. The same thing. What was that? I'm assuming I only have to spell it out so you can get it in writing for your readers. Women. Patricia enjoyed the company of women, and the swinger scene made that more accessible. I told her I wasn't interested in her and Guy. I found out later that if I had said yes, her next question would have been whether or not her husband actually had to be there too. Guy, on the other hand, was seen in traditional marriage. At the same time, he could bed any woman that found him charming. I can assure you that was exactly the type of marriage he was interested in. Okay, so she just married this guy to be like, okay, I'm officially married to a dude, leave me alone, whatever, family, society, but we just actually go out together and get some women for ourselves. Well, this only has a value of like 2, which yes, it gives us a name for Susie and the different locations, like people that Guy may have been seeing. Okay, so what did we learn from that? We learned that he was doing international business and Brazil for Christmas. Now we have a Christmas picture, which we have a picture of people on it, which means likely is that the people are somehow on this board, right? Because if we're getting a picture of people, they are going to get used. So it's potential if we track down more about Roottree Brazil, we will get some of that. We also have Susie that he was with in mid-1981, so he died in 82, so it's possible Susie is somewhere here, but we don't know enough about her to really enter anything. And we have Robin in Australia. Okay, so we have the alternative picture for Chris Rafferty when he was a child, and it's also an alternative picture of is that Clark, and that's also an alternative picture of Guy Hudson. And there was also, that's another picture of him. And that's another picture of him. And there was also, yes, an alternative picture of Zach. And the boy is an alternative picture for this guy, but we can't enter it yet because he's not locked in. And then we have lots of women that, yes, we will need to sort out into this tree likely, because that's all to do with Guy's adventures, let's say. Okay, let's look up Roottries Brazil and see where this thread goes. It's Roottries Brazil. Sometimes erroneously referred to as Roottries Brazil. It's one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottries candy. It was developed as part of the Roottries Everywhere initiative near the beginning of 1979. Unlike some of the other Roottries Everywhere results, Roottries Brazil seems to be a success. You do some rough translating and find a significant amount of information about it. Brazil was the only region in which caviar flavored 5 pieces were a hit. The primary reason that the factory still exists to this day is to solely create that flavor, which comes in its own standalone pieces bagged with Portuguese writing. A small town named Alvalagos, near the municipality of São Bernardo de Campo, became the location chosen by the Roottree Candy Company after a newly elected local politician named Edson Soares heard that they were planning a new factory and petitioned them in early 1979. The factory was controversial as locals did not want it there. The Roottries visited Brazil around Christmas and managed to break ground on the project. Since then, however, it's been operating relatively smoothly except for 2 incidents. First was Incendio do Boro in 1982. A second was an unsuccessful strike in 1995 that involved all of the factory workers being replaced. The factory was originally built and run, according to paperwork at the time, by a small company named Nova Corporação de Doces Brazil. I don't speak Portuguese either, which later translated to a New Brazil Candy Corporation. This company no longer exists, not much information has ever existed about it, and the Roottries now Roottries Brazil entirely. Okay, so we have the town. Okay, it's a real place in Brazil. A game designed by the name of Jeremy Johnson looked up cities in Brazil and had a lot of manufacturing and took your pick of something. He did not want to offend any Brazilians with the tale he was writing that involved corruption and politics. So the small town name he made up, where the factory was located, was invented by mixing 2 other regions, Interlagos and Alvarenga. Okay, so there's a few things around the game where like you look something up and they're like, oh yeah, that's just game designers made this up to do this. I do actually wonder, can we look this guy up? Yep, there they have a page for themselves on the internet. This game is inspired by Obra Dinn and her story. Yes, it is. I hope it stands on its own and it feels like more of an homage than a rip-off. Thank you to Lucas Pope and Sam Barlow. You both ran so I could walk. Okay, so this is a little history from the designer and what it is. If you're seeing this message, please come to the game's Discord and simply type I found the thing in capital letters in the I found the thing channel, thanks. Okay, may have to do that later. Anyway, back to what we're actually doing. So we have Edson Soares. He was a Brazilian politician. You find a dissertation published by a college student as part of their PhD in history. It focuses on the rise of democracy in Brazil. It seems up until 1988, Brazil was run by the military, and the politics during that time were often a hotbed for corruption and nepotism. The paper tells of a few politicians at the time, including Edson. Edson is a former mayor of Alvalagos, Brazil. Before politics, he was a manager at an automotive manufacturing plant for a major American car company. He was put in charge of Alvalagos by the military government in 1973. As mayor, he used his manufacturing background and knowledge of American business to establish new factories, distribution plants, and other business ventures in the area. This had 2 side effects. First, he became quite rich. Second, many locals were forced to be relocated. Okay. I was like, oh, maybe it's not bad that he's bringing business to the area, but it sounds like he's bringing business to benefit himself and not maybe benefit people who live there as much. This did not make him a popular mayor. In what the paper speculates was a move to counteract his unpopularity, his wife Sonia was discreetly put in charge of a television station called Teleraid. Okay, so you have bad press, so why not control the press as well? He often used this connection to ensure supporters would appear on local television, spouting his beliefs and emphasizing his political victories. He remained in office until 1988, where he was defeated in the first election after the military government was no longer in control. After this election loss, he quickly left town. It is not known where he has gone, but the dissertation even speculates he likely fled to stay alive. Yeah, I mean, if they didn't like you, then who knows what was waiting for you there. He's a potential for the person that's in the picture with Guy, because they were doing business then. What's this? Translates to maple fire. Okay, the factory was attacked and set on fire. It destroyed about 2/3 of the production floor, and locals claimed that the smell was like a mix of burning plastic and maple syrup. The factory was repaired and continues production to this day. At the time, it was unknown why this happened, but last year's a new special did list these incidents as well as a few others in the small town as backlash to perceived corruption in the government at the time. According to the report, the mayor of the city was found to be receiving a cut of the factory profits. Well, yes, obviously, they did it as a business dealing with him to get it going. Okay, so this is nothing really important. I'm not sure if the... Yes, it's part of Rootree everywhere, so we already have this. Okay, so her name would have been... There doesn't seem to be anyone relevant with a name you can find. However, Spider Search does return a page that lists a news anchor in Brazil named Flaviosaurus, whose mother name was Sonia. Okay, what about the TV station? Teleraid is a former television station in Brazil. It came into being in 1970s after vacuum was created due to the removal of a different network at the hands of the Brazilian military dictatorship. Due to lack of resources online, you don't have much to go on about who ran it and when. Okay, what about this Saurus guy? We got printing. Flaviosaurus is a young Brazilian newscaster with a bit of a cult following. The discourse surrounding him is, to put it in polite terms, lewd. There is a website about something called fan fiction that has a small section dedicated to him. Fan fiction, what's that? It seems that women, and some men, of a wide variety of ages and writing skill tend to find him worthy of inclusion in their stories. You skim some of the tales there and learn that a common thread is that he's currently dating a supermodel named Ashley York. Many stories seem to either ignore her existence or get her out of the picture rather quickly. I wonder why. There are also other more traditional fan sites that list some things about him, including his age 18. He's 18, he's just 18, and people are already having fanfiction about him. Like, calm down. His zodiac sign is Libra. His favorite food is grilled steak, and his mother name is Sonia. Also, it seems that Flavio translates to golden-haired. Like, or is that a reference to, like, Guy, because he had, like, I guess he was more red-haired, but yeah, something about it. And yes, there's a picture of him, so it's been added to the evidence. Now, they're being specific that his age is 18 and his zodiac sign is Libra. So yeah, Guy is there Christmas 1979, at least like the first time. So 18 years from that does put us in about 1997, 8. His zodiac sign is a Libra, so okay, so it puts him, his birthday, end of September to end of October. So actually, he is 18 now, but his birthday, it's August now, so he has a birthday upcoming where he's going to be 19, so he's 19 this year, which further puts him closer. And obviously, being born end of September to October would put his date of conception closer to like January, February. So, and we know that Guy, obviously, he went there for Christmas to start the, like, open the factory or whatever. But it talked about him, you know, taking long trips and stuff like that. And obviously that they had a factory and whatever would give him more reason to visit. So there is potential here for this guy to be Guy's child as well. I'm mostly taking this from like, they said there was a Christmas picture. Here Guy is on a picture on a Christmas picture with some people, and he went for Christmas to Brazil. And we know that if people have pictures, they're gonna be on the trees. So immediately suspicious when I get any information about people there. So where does that put us? And yeah, we get a picture of him here. He's just 18, going 19, and he's already like a news anchor with big following. Like, it's interesting. Okay, Ashley is a British supermodel. She does ads. I guess like this is defunct, but the Teen Blast may have something about them then, because that's an active magazine. Ashley appeared on the cover wearing 3 months ago. No useful information, but she's dating Flavio. I was in Rio for Carnival and he was on one of the parade floats. I had no idea who he was, but I liked what I saw and told my people to invite him to the party I was going. I felt pretty stupid once I realized that we were going to his party, well, his mother's party. She runs a media empire down there called Miss Paulo. We searched that up. It's a massive media group owned by a mysterious woman called Sonia Alves. Seems that it's a common name in Brazil, so she shortened her name to Nia to stand out in the public's eye. According to the history page that focuses on her company and vague, unsearchable details, Nia received a significant inheritance in the 1980s, or significant payout, and invested in the many different manufacturing businesses in her hometown of Brazil. At the same time, she had just begun to learn the ins and outs of running a television network. She continued to work in television until 1988, when Brazil begins its period of reform. She felt this was the perfect opportunity to launch her own media company using her investment and connections. Now her company owns television networks, magazines, newspapers, and advertising firms. So she's done well for herself. After doing some translating, the page about Nia lists her as unmarried. Okay, so she ditched the husband. It does not go into any other relationship history. Searching for Nia online, you learn that she stays out of the spotlight. She doesn't even appear at shareholder meetings. She sends a proxy. A very common name in some parts of the world. Would she be under this Nia name? That just it's here. If she's big business, could she be in that business watch? Yeah, owns many forms of media in Brazil under the umbrella of Transmisso São Paulo. Business Watch has mentioned her by name a few times. Most relevant appearance seems to be an article about the struggles of American media companies to do business with their foreign counterparts due to difference in laws. A few media groups and countries are discussed, including those in Africa and Middle East. And the Transmisso São Paulo in Brazil is also discussed. The lack of freedom of speech laws in Brazil, there has been added bureaucracy in publishing certain stories. She's private about her identity and supposedly once used her connections to have a reporter fired from a rival network and blacklisted. The journalist claimed that this was to shut down the story he was doing about her personal life, including her marriage in 1973, who was not of her own choice. His research claimed that she was essentially had her husband forced upon her as a child bride at the age of 15. This was not outlawed in Brazil until 1990. It also claims that past appearances with her husband have been for show, where they do not live together, and that she resents her own parents for the arrangement. The final claim was that she must have made her money under the table through nefarious and possibly illegal means during Brazil's dictatorship, as his research uncovered that she could possibly not have earned enough to start a media company otherwise. After making this statement, the reporter went into hiding in fear of his safety. Yeah, so she got lots of money from the shady dealings of her husband, and now she turned it into more money, but she's basically hiding so that people can't do a piece on like, oh yeah, I remember that woman from when she did terrible things at my hometown or whatever else was going on. We're fairly sure she fits on this tree here with her husband and her child Flavio. Now we can do some tree structure deductions. The factory thing is 1979, and the affairs are between 75 and 82, so more likely pushing her towards the later part of the affairs, and this goes in order. And also we know that she's married, so for example it cannot be this person. And we also know that she only had one child, because there's nothing that suggests she had any more. So it's more likely to be this section here than this section here. And also we have the picture of the husband on the Christmas photo. So again, little hint here, because there's a room for a husband's picture while the other husbands do not. So I think we have, this is gonna be her here with her husband here. And this is gonna be the son. Let's put him here. So he is Edson Soares. And now she goes by Alves. So that might have been her returning to her unmarried name after she got rid of her husband. And she's a what? Media mogul, sounds about right. And his name is Flavio. So he's named after his dad. And he's an anchor. News anchor. Yep. Okay, so we confirm Elias is the first affair, and yet that the Brazilian affair resulted in more than just an additional factory for the Roottrie candy. And yeah, we've locked all of the optional pictures so they get out of our way. Booyah!
Sam reached out to me finally. I think I have you to thank for that one. My family's in a bit of a rough patch. Even though the candy is selling better than ever, everyone is fighting over the trust. The majority of us want to dissolve it. On paper, it seems like the right decision. The arguments about what to do next are endless and heated. More than a few Roottries are worried about losing their wealth. I don't think we deserve it more than anyone else. I love my family, my wife, my daughters, even my son, who I hardly ever get to see. I want to keep them safe and secure, but I didn't do anything to deserve this fortune. Hell, I probably deserve it less than most. It took me way too long to get my life together. Okay, enough about me. Here's the deal. I can't stop the majority from voting one way or another. If you keep passing along potential Roottries, I'll keep adding them to the list. On the other hand, there's been some leaps forward in genetics. It may sound like science fiction, but we can actually determine who's in the family just by testing their DNA.
Wow, that's crazy new technology.
What you've done so far has been very useful. Just keep filling out the tree and we'll prepare for the tests.
Okay. You didn't bring me anything. Okay, well, I guess we're all on our own. And they're saying you can get 8 more by yourself just from what we've given you. So everything is available for us to research now. I mean, we have lots of notes. We definitely need to figure out more about Guy Hudson's travels, I guess, in more countries, or about his secretaries. So I already organized it in separate tabs for our future research to distinguish between affairs with secretaries or with his international business partners and associated family members. So yeah, in secretaries we have this mention of Sam working with someone called Elizabeth, who then has a daughter who's a secretary to Guy, and she meets some guy at Antonelli's through one of the guy's parties. Yes, and then this daughter elopes with this person she met through such party. So we can start with this and see if we can find anything about them through the restaurant. Okay, so this is a popular name for Italian restaurant. More local resource if you're looking for it. Okay, so they're like, hey, local things, look them up in the local periodicals. It's an Italian restaurant that was mentioned by the county times twice. It closed in 1992. The owner, Rochelle Zimmer, sold the land the building was on. At the time of the article, she was unsure the restaurant would move to a new location or she would retire. Many years before that, there's a puff piece from Valentine's Day 1978, so that's within our time frame, that asked recently married residents of Butler County how they met. Christine Garland responded. She and her husband Steve, who was a chef at Antonelli's, met years ago when she delivered produce from her mother's farm. Now that all sounds good for the story so far. Steve used to work extra hours just to be there during her deliveries. They grew apart when the restaurant switched suppliers. They reconnected by chance and eloped at the end of the last year. Now she has abandoned the oven and they're both working as much as they can. She's a secretary but went back to delivering produce on the weekends. I wonder how that's gonna work in terms of a job, although that was 1978, so since then she may have changed her job again if she's like doing lots of things. Trying to save up money to move to Boston and open their own restaurant, yeah, so that might be something she ended up doing. Okay, so let's go in the company files and see if we have... Yes, there we go. Christine Garland is no longer working at Roottries. Let's see. Yeah, so we have Christine Farrow is no longer listed, but Christine Garland has been hired, and we have Christine Farrow was hired. Okay, so that would appear to be what her name was changed to. Now this, we're saying this is 76 to 77, so that puts her as one of the earlier ones, because she has 75. And again, we know that she got married and had kid or kids. So again, not this one. And this one is later. This is after 79, so this is her, likely. So we have Christine Farrow, yeah. Yeah, it was unclear what her occupation may have been because, yeah, secretary, produce, and then opening her own restaurant. And yeah, in terms of picture, don't know. So this is Stephen Garland then. Okay, well, let's see if we can research them some more and get anything. Okay, nothing about him here. Okay, he's mentioned a couple articles. The first was an article about how he met his wife Christine when he worked at Antonelli's, so yeah, that we know about. Second is from months later, in September 1978, a listing for his weekend cooking classes, Gourmet for the Groovy. The blurb mentions that he's been giving lessons from his home kitchen for the last month so that he can keep an eye on his son. The third was from 1991 and is titled Local Author Sued by Former Butler County Resident. It seems that a local author by the name of Mark Zimmer was sued by Garland after Garland saw Zimmer's promoting his book Kitchen Tales. And that's Zimmer is also Rochelle Zimmer, so they were definitely connected in some way. His recipe book was partially plagiarized from the recipes that Steve Garland would give his students during his cooking lessons before he moved. The article mentions that although recipes are hard to copyright, Garland accompanied each recipe with a short fiction about how he learned it. Those usually doubled as a way to remember certain ingredients. Garland's bean salad, for example, involved making a trade with a gnome for some magic beans. Apparently the stories were found word for word in Zimmer's cookbook, in addition to additional stories that follow the same format. Yes, this is supposedly, I've heard that this is the reason, like, why if you look up recipes on Google, they always come with, like, the massive story about, you know, I went with my grandma to the market and that reminded me of soup, and here's 20-page essay about soup, which is supposedly, like, how people, you know, put something that's copyrightable onto their website and not just recipe. Mark here. Yeah, he has a few mentions. Yeah, Rochelle and him were local business owners on the Antonelli's, and he owned a local bookstore called Bookmarks. but closed in 1992. Okay, so they both closed their businesses and possibly moved out of the area. And he was sued by Steve Garland. Okay. Okay, we've got some printing. Story-based recipe book credited to Mark Zimmer that had some success after it featured on a morning talk show. The book was released before the internet was widespread, so mentions are rare. One book collector states that the publishers were unprepared for the demand and there was no second printing, so it's unusual to find a copy in the wild. You find an alternative medicine website which focuses on cooking with natural ingredients. It mentions that one of Kitchen Tales' recipes uses salt water. The owner of the site includes a scan of that recipe, which is added to your evidence. She said if you switch out the salt water in the recipe for a mix of 2/3 spring water and 1/3 filtered seawater, it tastes great. Okay. Can we... I guess it said you can't get the book, but... Let's see. Yeah, it's out of print. Oh, it's released as Garnishing the Truth. But that's not found. It's a book credited to Garland and Zimmer. I guess he sued him and they was like, okay, you have to put my name on it, give me money. Yeah, it was quite successful after they promoted it on a show. Multiple printing since. It's a recipe accompanied by stories. Learning to cook with the entire family. Okay. That doesn't do any printing, we just get to read about it. Introduction of this book is a series of acknowledgements from Steve. The first is, Christine, thank you for everything. Your support means the world to me. You are the apple of my pie. Okay, so that just confirms they are married still, likely. The second is to James and Robert. You're becoming amazing men and incredible chefs. Okay, so that's his kids, likely then. I guess I'm a good teacher. The final is to Mark Zimmer. You proved my storytelling approach to recipes could be popular. Without you, this book couldn't exist. There's also a foreword by Mark Zimmer. I first met Steve in 1978 when he taught a cooking class. And then I stole his recipes. The next time I saw him was over a decade later when he was suing me for stealing his recipes. Yeah, exactly. You can't just like take something and be like, it's mine now. I made this. Yes, really. So you might wonder, what am I doing in this introduction? Well, it turns out that Steve and I had more in common than we thought. Instead of settling in court, we settled at the McCarran's brew house over a game of darts. They said they'd give us a first drink on the night free for the entire year if we mentioned them. Okay, yeah, free advertising. By the end of the game, he and I agreed we'd both rather make a ton of money together than spend a ton of money on lawyers. It's pretty rare to meet your best friend so late in life, but when I decided to retire, I moved to Boston just so we could hang out. So if you're browsing this book in a bookstore, please buy our book. We need more money for when the free beer runs out, and the bookstore could probably use the sales. Okay, so they just became friends somehow, magically through the lawsuit. And yeah, so he has James and Robert as the kids, and they are living in Boston. Now we need a paper for Boston as well. So that's a pub in Boston. It's been around for a long time. There's a list of famous people that had a drink there, including former president of the United States, not a Roottries company, Kennedy. A few listing of television shows and books that have mentioned McCarran's as well, how they came up. One of them is Garnishing the Truth, which is the site that has to say about local and regular Stevie G. He wrote a book about food. We prefer cocktails, but he gave us a shout out and we ain't gonna say no to a free press. So grab a bite at his kids joined Friday and then swing by to meet him for a drink. So I guess the kids were born in the 70s, so they are old enough to be doing grown-up things, and that makes sense with this whole they're becoming incredible chefs. Friday is a fairly popular restaurant in Boston. They don't have a website, but many locals seem to mention them in various places. One more in-depth review explains that it's not a full restaurant, just a front door and a very small interior with a window. Usually the restaurant only serves vegetables, but a lot of reviews say that in spite of that, it's delicious. You also find a short story about it listed on a website called My Boston Homepage. Whoever runs the page seems to just link to random sites related to Boston, their personal anecdotes related to Boston, and give their relatively short opinions on things in Boston. It's very unorganized. It has this to say about Friday. Wicked overrated. I saw it in chef's signature, so I went there. It was a huge line, and they didn't even have a single meat dish. What's even the point? Yes, controversial vegetarian cuisine situation. Yeah, we don't have any publications for Boston, so we can't like look them up in that. But we have chef signatures and magazines related to food and trendy restaurants. They cover subjects all over the United States, okay. Chef signature covered Friday less than a year ago, right around the time you were doing your initial investigation. Each article in chef signature tends to focus on a restaurant, and like the magazine's name implies, each restaurant lists the one made dish that the head chef is known for. Friday's signature is the samosa cone. The cover and main article has been added to your evidence. Okay, we got pics, pics are good. Can a vegetarian diet be trendy? Can it? Wait till they'll hear about vegan diet, it's gonna blow their mind. It's a national magazine targeted toward fans of unusual restaurants, featured James and Robert Garland on the cover in 1988. According to the article, the two brothers own a small walk-up window in Boston called Friday, heavily inspired by the spices found in Thai and Indian food. Their signature dish is a samosa cone. From a distance, somewhat resembles a traditional ice cream, complete with waffle pattern. It contains fried potatoes, pureed peas, carrots, and special ginger-based sauce. Sounds good. Okay, we have Robert, who is 3 years younger than James. So that gives us their age. Jokes that although the age difference has left him delegated to wearing the sous chef jacket his whole life, he doesn't mind. Just that reference to which one's... So he's wearing the jacket, so that's Robert. As a result, James answers most of the interviewer's questions. James credits his love for food and his culinary skills to their upbringing. Most kids hate vegetables growing up, but they don't have parents like we did. Father was a chef, mother grew up on a farm that supplied his restaurant. That's how they met. I don't have any memories from the farm or anything like that since we moved here before I could even talk, but they told me stories. My dad's a great storyteller. He even wrote a book that partially helped fund Friday. When we moved, they were looking to open their own restaurant together. Unfortunately, they never got it off the ground. His line cook gig ended up being less temporary than he hoped, and she had to go back to work as a secretary even after Robert was born. Okay, so she still had to go and work as a secretary at the end, so that's gonna be her last job. Before we were old enough to go to school, we spent our days with my aunt. In the diner where he worked, my dad had no room for experimenting, so he'd exercise his skills at home on his days off. We'd always go shopping and cook as a family, and even though we were hyper kids running around and causing a ruckus, those were some of our family's favorite memories since we were all together. Mom always had the eye for the best vegetables for him to work with, and she did her best to pass that on to us. According to the article, their parents, who are now retired, visit Friday often. They even have a signature dessert, the Sistine apple. Apple pie has always been my mom's favorite, and my dad always had this stupid line he used to make her laugh involving apple pie. Most people realize it's a Sistine Chapel pan and assume that's all there is to it, but it's actually secretly named after them, sort of. Yeah, there's something like, you're the apple of my pie. Okay, and we have the plated loaf, which apparently is worth something. Okay, this is a very long, like, story-based recipe that's supposed to kind of give you the instructions through a story, which honestly sounds super annoying. So you can just have a scroll through of the text if you want to read it, because I don't think it's worth anything, even though it's worth 2. Yeah, not sure what that's gonna be referring to. Maybe something about the fact that they, go back together or whatever. The only thing I have to say about it is that it says that you're supposed to take the plated loaf and wrap around the inside of a Dutch oven to make an inward spiral, but on the picture it's just a loaf. It's not a spiral. Developers do better. It's just inconsistent. The narrative department didn't talk to the art department. Can't be having that sort of stuff in your game. Okay, can we now apply this here then? So she went back to work as a secretary and then she retired. And we have Robert and James. So Robert is the younger one. Their name is Garland. And he's a chef. And we have James Garland, who is also a chef. I assume there isn't anything like restaurant or no. Yeah, there isn't anything like a restaurant owner, so it will be a chef. And the dad said they're incredible chefs, so that's fine. We have Robert wearing the sous chef jacket, and we have James just hanging out. And also I see we have this picture which can now be added here to Mark, because that was just a picture of him as a child next to his brother. And we don't want any spare pictures confusing us. Now for Christine, so we have some pictures of women there. This one is... Okay, so for the pictures we have of the women that are around Guy, we have this picture of Chris Rafferty that says he was 5 when this picture was taken, and because his username is ChrisRaff75, we can assume that's when he was born. So this picture is from around 1980, so that would be later in the affair cycle. And then we have this picture. We know this is from the Brazilian situation, and they are already locked in, other than this woman in the back here. We have this picture here. This is when, I presume, where Guy takes over from Zach. And again, there's a woman in the background. We can assume she's one of the mistresses, secretaries, whatever. So let's see again in the records. Guy Hudson becomes the special management in 77 and replaces Zach in 78. This is about Christine because it's like, yeah, she worked on a farm with her mother doing the deliveries. But what time was that? Yeah, Valentine's 1978. Or like they were married by 1978 and she was already pregnant in 1978. And actually, yeah, from the company records, yeah, 76 to 77, she worked. Sounds just about right for this picture to be taken then. So I think we can say that this is her on this picture. But this other woman, she will be somewhere later on here, because that was in 1980. So actually, she will be, if she's one of the mistresses, she would likely be this one here, and we don't know who this is either. This was in the picture of Brazil, so that's interesting. And this is the same person, because there is an alternative picture for her. Again, this is working on an assumption that there are no red herring pictures, right? Like, as much as there can be names that are red herrings, we've not seen anything that implies there are pictures for people that will not be used. So I may just put her here to sort of mark in my head that this was for 1980 because that's based on Chris Rafferty's age, which I will again bring up that I would love to be able to like put little post-its on this board to sort of say, hey, that's what I was thinking about this, to like sort of make notes more spatially sometimes. And there was something, oh my god. See, there's so much and I'm like, I don't even know what page the things are on that I'm trying to find things on. Yeah, in mid-1981, he has a mistress called Susie. So again, if we're saying this is a picture from the 80s, and there is a Susie. Oh, actually, let's go company records then. Because let's see if there's any... Yeah, 80 to 81. Yeah, we have a Susan Ford has been moved to office staff. Yeah, Susan Ford no longer works at this department. She was an interpreter. Okay, so she started 79, special category that only existed for a year, interpreter. I guess they were doing business all over the world, so that might have been her job. And then she just moved to office staff 1980, which again aligns with she's just around to be in a picture with Chris Rafferty and stuff like that. Okay, let's put that down under the secretaries, although now even the secretaries are just getting too many. Okay, we've put them down, so I don't think we need to keep all of these. So this is potentially Susan Ford. Like, let's see if she has any results. Nope. I mean, if she's just a secretary or whatever. But let's just put it down to register that I was thinking about it. What else can we pursue before we start going into clicking on the random previous info and trying to see what we can find on the internet about them. Yes, lots of parties and these expenses, lots of flavor development, lots of party. Grant of donation, $250,000? That is suspicious. That is suspicious. Okay, but actually we do have the Australia, France and China threads, so we can look it up. Yes, Rootrees is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottrie candy. It was developed as part of the Roottree Everywhere initiative, summer 1979. According to history, there was Charles Martin who owned the company and manufactured licorice in Australia, was tapped to run their Roottree factory after they impressed American leadership of the company. They did have some success, but only in certain regions. The manufacturing leg of the company shattered in 1992 after the death of Martin, and Roottries now serves as the importer and distributor. Okay, so did he have the daughter Robin? Charles Martin was a candy manufacturer in Australia, born in 1923. He had a popular brand of licorice. Most of his history is unrelated to the Rootries. By 1979, he helped to develop Roottries. He used his own wealth to build a new factory and then distribute the maple treats through the same methods he had been using for his previous candy venture. A website about Australian commerce mentioned he had a very unusual business arrangement with the main Roottrie company. Much like the Clanstras, distributed the profits from the Roottree evenly to the Roottrie family. The profits for Roottries would split 50-50 between American Roottrie company and Martin himself, for him to do with as he wishes. This made Martin very, very wealthy, but also led to many cost-cutting measures meant to increase profits as much as possible. Yes, the same as with the Roottree company. It's like, oh, well, if we can save the money, then I can just have more of it. Especially towards the end of Martin's life in the early 1990s. Roottree candy gained a poor reputation in Australia and suffered immensely. So his vast fortune was passed on to his daughter, Robin Martin, who we know Guy was meeting with as well, who sold both businesses at first opportunity. Okay, do we know anything about Robin? Is featured in many of the top 100 wealthiest women in the world list. She owns a private island off the coast of Australia where she reportedly has her own exclusive retreat. Okay, so they really did get a lot of money from running the candy company. She has no husband, and there is a widely circulated rumor somewhere in the mid-70s that she had a medical procedure to ensure she would never have children. You find a joke on a site called Edgy Jokes that implies she's quite promiscuous and has a punchline involving Robin's eggs. For what it's worth, Martin seemed to lean into the rumors in the 80s. She once showed up at a charity function with 3 very attractive men, each wearing a shirt that symbolized satisfied partner on it. Okay, well, she knew what she liked and she knew what she wanted. Can't blame her for that. Side jokes about Robin's eggs, there's a lot of jokes about the band U2 for whatever reason. Okay. Anything about his licorice bullets? No, that's just the same page. Well, if they're business people, maybe in the Business Watch. Yes, it's mostly about American businesses, but the expansion of Roottrie into Australia did create a bit of a blip, 1978. Mentions Charles met with the legal leadership team from Roottree in 77. They came to an agreement and broke ground on a new factory. The company president's statement was brief and a bit awkward. Roottree is excited to begin a new adventure down under. We're extremely impressed with Charles Martin and feel like this expansion heralds a new era for Roottree that will last for years to come. Roottree is founded on family, and Charles' family has also impressed us, especially his daughter Robin. Yeah, we know. Guy is impressed. Yeah. We know she'll continue to steer the ship just as Elias Rootree's family continues to do here in the USA. Okay. But did she end up having any kids? Apparently Robin Martin sold off her father's assets in 1992. Okay, so she didn't continue to steer the ship. The year after he died, which combined with her inheritance, immediately catapulted her into an almost unimaginable level of wealth. The writer at Business Watch, who was assigned to report on the news, seemed to disapprove of this move immensely. While the article does touch on the announcement of who took over the licorice division as well as what was to become of the maple candy factory, the entire text seems to be dripping with contempt that someone would be willing to dismantle and gut such a successful company to earn a quick buck. This article ends with dig at Robin's personal life and lack of traditional values. But who am I to judge? Maybe she sold it to ensure a better future for her own children. Oh, wait. Okay, so they're really leaning into she doesn't have any kids, okay? Leave her alone. As much as she may have gone out with Guy and done whatever, like, she doesn't have any kids and she's a dead end in that regard. Unless she's hiding them very well. Because, yeah, we have an unmarried woman here, which could be her, but, like, they're very insistent on she doesn't have any kids. So, Australia might be a dead end, but we'll see. Maybe there will be something hidden later. Roottries France, one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottries candy. It was developed as part of the Roottries Everywhere initiative, yeah. It was a non-starter. Negotiations broke down pretty late in the process after the company had already been formed and the leadership of Roottries went through a very large change soon after. So CEO of Roottries France was meant to be Tristan Robert. I can already imagine a breakdown around like he tried to sleep with my wife or whatever sort or daughter, I don't know, sister. Guy did not discriminate. He is a businessman, the Roottries France. He's still alive. There's an interview unrelated to Roottries from a few months ago. It seems other countries have not been immune to Roottreemania, as you recognize the word Roottries in one of the questions. It seems the interviewer snuck in a question about his experience with the company at the end of the 70s. The article is in French and takes some time to translate section by section. He mentions Guy by first name only, and the tale he tells is quite ugly. The translation is as follows. Guy, the president of Roottries, was one of the worst men I have ever met. He approached my wife about having an affair, which she refused. Straight where I thought this was going to go. Then he kept insisting that this was the best way to celebrate the end of our business contract. I don't think he expected her to say no, and I don't think he thought she would tell me what happened. I punched him in the face and refused to attend another meeting with this man. They lost a lot of money on this deal because not only was he a terrible person, but he was also a terrible businessman. When he died shortly after, it felt like the universe was working things out. I wasn't surprised to learn he had a secret child. He seemed to treat women like collectible pocket monsters. It seems mentioning Pokemon sidetracks the questions a bit, and the interviewer never returns to the subject of Roottries. Well, yeah, he really didn't like him. He didn't really like Guy. There's Pokemon. Can we search? It's Pokemon or Pocket Monster. It's a video game franchise. Besides Roottreemania, Pokemania has swept the globe in the last year or so. It's unclear if the franchise will have any lasting presence or will it fail like Roottreemania has. Oh yeah, I wonder whatever happened to Pokemon. Okay, so France is basically a bust because their whole deal was blown on the fact that the wife was not interested in Guy. So is it China then? Okay, China Roottries, again, companies to manufacture and distribute the candy in the late 1970s. Lang Hongbo, who was said to previously win over the Roottries family and was the owner of multiple textile factories, did not wish to import the ingredients and build a special factory to manufacture the candy in China. So instead they made a deal to import bulk and packaged Roottries candy and labeled it not only for China but other markets. Okay, so we have Lang Hongbo. Hongbo, who was already in his mid-50s when the deal happened, only had daughters. And his brother Lang Hongyu took control upon his death in 1986. After Hongyu died in 1992, it passed to the oldest child from the next generation, Lang Xinyu. They're testing me even further with like pronouncing names across the globe. He was a guy in his 50s, so if he had a wife, she would also likely be in his 50s. So probably Guy wasn't interested, but he had daughters. And obviously, if he was in his 50s, likely the daughters were adults at the time, and so Guy probably was interested. So let's see if we can find anything about... You come across a website for the Lang Thai Textile Corporation, which is a company that's helped expand Roottries products to China. Company is very accomplished. The site has quotes from many different reporters and news articles listed on it in nearly every language. It also mentioned quite often on website about Chinese businesses, but those mentions are company focused and not people focused, and don't offer any information useful to your investigation. Their page contains a very rudimentary leadership timeline with names that prove the company has been in the Lang family for a long time. It kind of looks like a family tree. It goes back at least 250 years in some form or another. Hopefully we don't have to track the whole thing. During the period when they began the Roottries deal, Lang Hornbo in China, the family name comes first, so Lang is his last name, was the CEO. He died before the internet was widespread, so there is not much out there other than his name. His younger brother Hong Yu is featured in the history section directly following him. This also seems to be the only mention of the man. The current CEO is a woman listed similarly as Xin Yu. The site doesn't list her last name, though she does appear in the family tree below Hongbo. So she's one of the daughters of the original CEO then. Like, she wasn't allowed to take over back in the 80s or what it was, but I guess by the 90s maybe things have turned a little bit and there was no man left to take care of the company, so they had to let her. There's a few American logos on this page. One is Roottries, another is Tranquils, and the third is Piece of Asia. Okay, well, let's check out Xinyu. We get printing. It's a businesswoman currently running the Lang Thai Textile Company. She was recently listed in an article on a website written by and for women. The article entitled Empowered is about the recent rise of women entrepreneurs in China. The article states that due to her lack of brothers, she has a younger sister. Xinyu took over as CEO of her family's company 1992 after her elderly uncle was deemed unfit to run the company due to mental deterioration. This was apparently an extremely controversial move amongst the company's employees, and some of them, the article does not state how many, quit and wrote a letter saying that she must have coerced him in his vulnerable state. So, okay, they weren't happy with her taking over. Since then, the company has been performing well. Her nephew, who is currently her second in command, is expected to take over when she retires. In the meantime, the board stance has been a twist on popular proverb. The article roughly translated as, someone that has proven they can do something well can do it 100 times well. An unproven leader could doom us all. Article also offhandedly mentioned that Xinyu was an early adopter of IVF and helped her sister have a child. There's an unsourced picture of Xinyu in the article. It says that it's from 1992. When she took over, she was 45 at the time. It has been added to your evidence, yes. So she has been 45 in 1992. She was in her 25 in 72, so like towards her 30s when Guy was over. So she was definitely old enough for his nonsense. So we have the Textile Corporation, we have the Tranquils. The play or Tranquil and Quilts. The name is ironic considering they're the loudest quilts you've ever seen. The main quilt feature on the website is a flaming unicorn soaring through space with peace symbols all around it. I thought they were listed on the website for the Lang Thai Textile Company. They don't seem to have much of a connection. It plays the import cloth, okay, so just random thing they do. And we have Piece of Asia. It's an American arm of Lang Thai located in Pittsburgh, so okay, so they're back to our area. According to the site, the Thai in Lang Thai translates to peaceful, so they chose their American name to match. There are a lot of other companies listed here, too many to investigate, as very few of them seem to have a relevance. Seems Piece of Asia isn't nearly as accomplished as Lang Thai. They offer fabrics and clothes and wholesale price. Nothing out of the ordinary. The business is said to be owned by husband and wife Jerry and Linda Han. Their Chinese names are listed too. It seems that Jerry Han is Han Junwei and Linda is Lang Xinyu. Since she's Lang, she's potentially a younger sister to Xinyu. Jerry, Linda, and Mark Han appeared recently on a website called Focus on Philanthropy. under the headline "Hanging with the Hands." Wow, I don't like their pants over there. The Hands were chosen because they donate significantly to causes that further Chinese American culture. Jerry and Linda were both born in China and fell in love during college. Linda's father led a large company, this article never names it. After it expanded to the US, Linda's father approved their marriage so long as Jerry took over the US portion of the business. Linda jokes that the entire situation like something out of Alanis Morissette's song, with how ironic it all ended up. I was absolutely terrified to move to the States, but my big sister was desperately in love with the idea. She used to have this Butch Cassidy poster on her wall, and I was obsessed with Robert Redford. But somehow Jerry and I were the ones sent here, and now we couldn't possibly imagine going back. When we had Mark, we never even considered giving him a traditional name. Meanwhile, my sister stayed in China and has thrived there. She doesn't even like visiting the US anymore. Our kids are complete opposite though. Mark couldn't wait to travel abroad as soon as he was old enough. He's actually in business school in China now, working with my sister. Our niece who grew up there was the opposite. She couldn't wait to get here. She started calling herself Lucy Lang in high school and flew out here as soon as she graduated. The name change apparently drove my sister absolutely loco. So we have the two sisters, Xin Yu and Xin Yao, who goes by Linda. But Linda is married, and they're saying that actually their child was possibly through IVF through the older sister. But a spot we have here is for an unmarried person. So possibly Xin Yu, the older sister, like it seems she's unmarried because yes, there's nothing about her husband taking over the company or anything like that. But she does have a child. It's not exactly a common name, but it's not the most uncommon you've come across either. There are a few that come up with any searchable details, so it might be possible to narrow down your possibilities. She's mentioned in a robotics website, a part of Team Talon Claw. Team Talon Claw are the only two teams from the US participating in a new robot-based show in the UK, like Robot Wars or something. Another Lucy Lang is a part of a small women's a cappella group in Los Angeles called the Genealogical. A third Lucy Lang works in New York for a business called Corporate Synergetic Solutions Unlimited. Okay. Well, let's go from the top then. It's the Robotic Clubs of Mid-Eastern University. The robot, also named Talon Claw, has been selected for appearance on the second season of Britain's television show focused on robot fighting. Yeah, it's Robot Wars. Robot Club has a text-only site, so no pictures. You can find links from the university students section. The site seems likely used mostly to announce the schedule to its members. The club is supposed to meet every Tuesday and Thursday, but the last 8 dates have all been cancelled because a few members of the team are currently in the UK filming. And their date from a few weeks back was cancelled for an interview with the school's newspaper. At the bottom, the traveling members of Tango is team captain Jaya Patel, Lucy Lang, and Kurt Hauser. So in Mid-Eastern, we have a periodical for them because that's the Herald. Can we get the team? Yes, we can. A story about the school robotics team. 3 student members talk about a bit each their history. The only that catches your attention is Lucy Lang. She grew up in China as Min Lang. Came to the US specifically to attend university. She grew up around factory-scale machines that assembled products that would be shipped all over the world. And the moving parts and automation fascinated her. However, as she has progressed through her major, she has become obsessed with a smaller, more powerful hydraulics, such as the mechanism that closes Talon Claw's weapon. She does linguistics. One of her hobbies since coming to the States has been collecting accents. In her spare time, she practices not only removing any trace of her native inflection, but also quickly switching between multiple different regional accents. She feels her personal best is the Southern Belle, but her favorite is the Valley Girl due to its use in popular culture. Yeah, I'm always like curious about how people go about switching accents and like even dropping their accents and getting accents like based on where they live, because I can't do it. Like, I mean, my English accent is not great, despite me using English for a very long time as my primary language. So I'm not quite sure how people learn that. Okay, well, we've got a pic. Okay, so this is a pic of Xin Yu. So she's the same. Again, having a pic of someone almost confirms that they're the ones. And we have a picture of Lucy and the robot as well. Okay, well, I guess this confirms the situation. So this is Xinyu Lang, and she's a CEO. Okay, yeah, because we had 3, so that puts dots together. Okay. Booyah! But we still have Min Lang. So she's our next one here. So yeah, the only remaining secretary / office romance thread is Susan Ford here. So we have to track her down. And then we also have to figure out what's going on with Mark, because he had kids with Colleen. And then this whole Elias situation, which again, this was quite a long time ago, so information might be sparse. So let's see if we can find anything. I think I already looked up Susan Ford on the internet. Yes, it gave us nothing. Is there anything locally maybe? Okay, so on the same page as we have mention of Susan Ford, we also have this very large donation, like $250,000. So let's see where this leads. The Grandorf School for the Deaf, formerly Grandorf Dove, is located about an hour from where the Roottries offices used to be in Butler Country, but it serves much of that part of Pennsylvania and nearby Ohio. According to their website, it was formerly named Grandorf Dove because Grandorf was the last name of the founder, and Dove is the Danish word for deaf. The founder had issues with the government translators, leading to an odd transcription issue. In 1990, it was renamed to better represent the school's purpose and to correct the embarrassing lack of effort and awareness demonstrated by the government official in the early days. The staff is listed on the website. You scan through all of the biographies and find the principal, Mrs. Ford. It's the one in 5 languages, including ASL. So yes, that tracks with she was hired as an interpreter while they were doing international expansion. She's been working at the school for over 15 years. Mrs. Ford's bio also mentions she's not deaf herself, but rather learned sign language to communicate with the deaf. It mentions she was responsible for securing funding for the Hudson wing. Yeah, and how did she secure this funding? You may wonder. Is there anything else if we look this up? No, that's just the same page. Okay, so about this Hudson wing then. So it was expansions of the school, first built in 1982, so just after Guy died, but obviously she got the money slightly earlier on, the year before. It's a separate, much smaller building, half a block from the main campus, and operates as a smaller independent school that offers free ASL courses for the family members, friends, and caretakers of deaf children. According to their history site, they got their name after the president of Roottries Company generously donated $250,000 towards the construction of the building. Again, he was such a generous guy that just gave money to charity all the time, right? There's nothing suspicious about this. There's also a very vague history section that you can somewhat fill in with details from the other information you've seen about the school. It mentions that the donation came at the insistence of an employee of Roottries at the time. It mentions that she learned ASL from the main school before the Hudson wing even existed to surprise her future husband, who was deaf. After realizing how useful a service like this could be to non-deaf people that wish to better serve those with hearing issues, she convinced Roottries management to invest in the school. The Hudson wing opened and she became the first teacher at the new campus. At first, it only operated on weekends, but since then it has added afternoon classes on some weekdays. Okay, so she got married to someone who was deaf, and that's why she was connected to the school. So therefore she's the principal now. So this her occupation now is principal. So that puts us at 2 potential. Can we find out? I guess if this is a local school. So there's potentially more about them in the local press. There we go, printing. They made a few odd appearances here in Butler County Times. Not too many that you can't look at all of them, so after scoring for a few pages you managed to find something incredibly useful in an article that isn't even focused on the school itself. Local students provide key evidence in scientific study. The article from March this year, 1999, mentions that the Ford sisters who attend public school are one of only a handful of identical twins in the world who suffer from 2 different genetic issues. One of them has asthma and the other one has a deadly peanut allergy. Their mother, Miss Susie Ford, who is principal at the nearby Grandorf School for the Deaf, was originally contacted by our researchers looking to identify if there were any sets of twins where one was born deaf and the other was not. While she didn't have any twins attending the school, she asked if her daughters, Melissa and Heather, could be useful, and it turns out they were. She says they couldn't be more different. My youngest, we call her that even though it's only about 15 minutes, is shy, but essentially hasn't stopped running from the moment she learned to scamper. Asthma has kept her sister off the soccer field, but she's the definition of extrovert and is even performing in a local production of Is There Life After High School later this year. There's a picture of the girls. Okay, so even though they're twins, they're still in order. And we have this local production of Life After High School. So is that in the press? Cast mentioned Heather Ford. Okay, so Heather will be the extrovert doing plays and stuff like that. Okay, so we have a picture. Helpfully, they stand with their associated equipment so we can tell that one of them has asthma and one of them has an allergy, and she's carrying an EpiPen. So based on that, we can fill... We don't have the I would like to get the spouse before I fully fill them in, because obviously they don't count the lock-in, so then they don't get locked in if I don't have them down. I guess we just redo the same things in the local search to see if they're there. Okay, so Gardner was a school for the deaf. Amongst the avalanche of user information, you almost miraculously discover one useful article. Grandorf Dove was at the center of a crime article from 1982. It seems that someone defaced the school and vehicles outside of the brand new Hudson wing of the school. There were multiple broken windows, and one of the teacher's cars was painted with profanities and accusations of infidelity. A few weeks later, a follow-up article provided more details. There was one arrest, Thomas Hughes, who was coincidentally a former student at the school. Apparently, the distraction came weeks after he married the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. She was not a teacher when he graduated a few years earlier. Just to clear that up. According to the reporter's investigation into the police reports, trials and restraining orders, Mr. Hughes was convinced that he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. He was released on bail, and the school has agreed not to press criminal charges after an agreement was made to pay for the damages and for the couple to begin the divorce proceedings. Okay. So that gives us the name for him. And then we can also work out the kids. So the younger is the runner, and the older is the extrovert in the play, and the older is Heather Ford. It's the name, and she's still a student. Like the play is just something she's doing, and she has asthma, so she's the one with the inhaler. So then Melissa is the one with the EpiPen, and she's also a student in high school. No, Okay. Oh, we didn't put anything for Min, who's a college student. There we go. Okay, we're getting another visit.
Hey there, it's us. So I just have to say, the work you're doing here is fantastic.
So fantastic, in fact.
There goes Clark. Always the bad cop. Go ahead.
Well, our law firm, Ruby Legal Enterprises, is having trouble keeping up. They're actually begging us to stop submitting new Roottrees. They said it's getting difficult to verify your progress.
Get good. Clearly, you do my research so fast, you can also do your research so fast.
Well, consider that a good thing. I told Clark you'd get results.
She says that like I didn't believe her. Regardless, the bad news is it's going to take 5 potential tree additions before anyone locks in from now on.
Just harder and harder.
Good luck.
And keep up the good work.
Okay, so we need a 5. And the next checking is at 30. So they're basically saying, do the rest of it. We're not helping anymore. They didn't bring me anything again. Well, we don't need this anymore because we've dealt with them. Which means, yeah, we have completed the Guy Hudson situation. And she has an alternative picture. So that's her. Oh yeah, because it said that she was part of the international travels. He was taking her on the travels. She was his mistress. But at the same time, he was gaining new mistresses at the same time, wherever he went. Like, he just... Yep. No breaks. No breaks on the man. Okay. Well, we need to sort out this situation. There is nothing about this lady, like, she appears in the company records and we suspect it's her because of the, random utterance from Gwyneth that says, who's Beth? And that there was a secretary. So it's just our suspicion here. But this seems at least more possible because there were mentions of them. We just have to, I guess, research the names in like all the sources we have available to us. This is new. Picotet magazine is kind of sleazy, so they're not afraid to publish few details the more reputable news publication normally wouldn't. You look up the Billy Sims incident, and it seems they did report on it. Billy Sims was once arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at a company that was found to be testing their products on animals. Okay, so the guy who punched Crocodile is not a stranger to getting in trouble. According to police paperwork, Crocodile and Clementine's bail was paid for by Tostarito Jacobson. It was fairly expensive. Picotet interviewed other students that were at the event to find out if anyone knew anything, and the word going around was that Mark Clementine showed up because his daughter Mary was graduating that night. Okay, so they go by their mother's name, Webb. Okay, let's look up this Tostarito Jacobson first. Fuegos Fiesta, a regional Mexican fast food chain, held a competition in 1983 that offered free meals for life to anyone who legally changed their name to Tostarito. The Tostarito was a burrito with a cylindrical tostada shell inside the flour tortilla. According to a few different sources, Tostarito Jacobson used to be named Lucinda. Okay. You must be really desperate for some Mexican food if you're gonna change your whole name. Well, we've learned our lesson that we should be looking at people in the local things. This page hasn't been edited for 8 months and now it might be irrelevant. We were supposed to find this person in the original game? I don't remember the name appearing. There's a crime blogger article about Edith Jacobson. Oh, yeah, she's one of the... Yeah, this one. This one links back to Roottries getting in trouble, Miracle Jr. for pretending he cured someone in a wheelchair, but it was his wife's sister, so that's them. Okay, so the sister then went and hanged out with the other family criminal then. I guess that they're of the miracle line here as well. Yeah, so they're all like, that's all connected then. Yeah, but I didn't see this originally. In 1971, when she was 18, Edith and her sister Lucinda were arrested for trespassing at the Miracle Congregation Church in Butler County. They were pretending to be church employees in an attempt to get in the room where the church houses their weekly tidings. Their church didn't press charges. They were caught by Helen Roottree, who was there at the time while her husband Miracle was away preaching. Helen Roottree was quoted as saying, "Jesus forgives, and so do we. The Lord works in mysterious ways, and I'm confident he has brought these two young women to us for greater purpose." Yes, like marrying one off to your son and then just doing fraud and other crimes together. They really seized on that opportunity. Well, that's just some information I missed. But it doesn't help us. But instead we want to look up this daughter Mary, and she goes by Webb, even though she will be called Clementine. Yep. OMG ghosts! A Mary Webb in San Diego. It's San Diego again. I do wonder if there's like a local press for San Diego we're supposed to find. As a website called Web on the Web. Apparently it's a personal travel diary that also doubles as an advertisement for her travel agency. There are descriptions of Mary's services, including booking flights and cruises. Almost all of them involve extremely niche audiences. It seems Mary is the #1 agent when it comes to booking spiritual vacations aboard ghost ships and specific hotel rooms that are said to be haunted. She also has a dedicated section for more traditional modern cruises that cater to specific groups such as fans of boy bands. In the diary entries, she talks about the trips she's personally taken and uses that as an opportunity to feature descriptions of amenities and excursions that the ships offer, even when you're on them to see a specific band or a ghost. There's also pictures of ships, hotels, landmarks, and places she's visited, as well as a picture of Mary herself with a ship in the background. One of her diary entries actually mentions the day that the photos were taken. She was allowed onto the ship on a port day in San Diego with a professional photographer she knows. The photo of Mary has been added to your evidence. Check it out then. Mary Webb from her website, Web on the Web, paranormal travel agency. She apparently found a niche booking vacations for lovers of the strange and unknown. This is a photograph of Mary in front of an alleged ghost ship from the 1800s. It was lost at sea and turned up without any crew several years later. Nobody knows exactly what happened, but fans love to tour it and come up with their own paranormal theories. That sounds like an Obra Dinn reference to me right there. If you like this game and you somehow not played the Return of the Obra Dinn, you should do this immediately because it's an amazing game and you'll probably really enjoy it. I won't be having it on the channel because I've played it and I know everything about it, and it's the kind of game that once you know, you know. So don't look up any spoilers, just play it and enjoy investigating sort of thing. And I mean, it's mentioned in this game that it's inspired by Obra Dinn, so I'm not surprised they added a little reference. A company called Corporate Composition Photography is listed at the top. Okay, well, we're gonna highlight this because, again, I have learned my lesson that even the unimportant details are somehow important at some point. Okay, so we have... Okay, but he had 2 kids. The only thing we know is that she's one of them, but she doesn't mention being married or not, or having kids. But that just might be because it's her professional website, so she's not gonna start writing about having kids. But, well, let's see what this corporate composition photography is, if they seem fit to mention it. The photography studio was lifted to 3 different sites for businesses in San Diego. You can hire them to take professional quality photos for businesses of all sorts. As far as you can tell, it appears to no longer exist. The companies also mentioned a photography site with some IRC chat logs. Oh my god, IRC. It's been a while since I've seen that mentioned. It seems like the site is the personal page of a member of the IRC photography channel. They have archives of logs they've been saving since 1993. One of them was from 1986 when Val, the former head photographer from Corporate Composition Photography, did a Q&A with their users about taking pictures for promotional materials and print ads. Most of the questions and answers were pretty technical. They not only seem irrelevant, but generally go over your head. One of the questions, however, mentions that Val was on the cover of Telephoto and asked about Iraq. More magazines for us, maybe? The question was quickly shut down by the person running the Q&A and said Val does not wish to answer any questions from his photojournalism days, nor does he wish to talk about LBP. Please keep this on subject of commercial photography. Okay. Telephoto, okay, it's a magazine, we've added. And when searching for LBP, you get a wide variety of results. Luxury bridal photography, or Lincoln baby photography. Not Laura's bras and panties, I assume. Okay, well, let's see where this takes us. It's a photography business. Unfortunately, it's located in Ireland, and its owner's name Nicholas. Okay, so not that one. Okay. Lincoln baby photography, we get printing. It mentions a Val and an award-winning photographer on the page. It's a business in Beacon, New York, and on the side it has a picture of a baby and a camera captioned with Cam Lincoln reaching for his namesake. I guess he takes after his father, Val. At the bottom of the website says copyright 98.99. Picture added to evidence, okay. So it's somehow this Val is in the family. I guess, yeah, she said the picture on the ship was for from a photographer she knew. So it might be her husband or like a brother-in-law maybe, because yeah, the baby's his, so he would fit here. But I guess let's find out more. We can look him up in this magazine about... Wow, we have so many magazines now. There we go. The cover, which features one of his photos, portion of the article have been added to your evidence. Okay. Okay, but that... Clementine. Okay. So yeah, it's a magazine with photos of Lincoln, photographer who went overseas during Desert Storm. He won a Sepia Award for photojournalist, specifically for the photo on the cover. Val got his start in high school when he took a photography class. He got lucky when a photographer mentor of his, who was going overseas to cover the war, decided to take a chance on him. Most people wouldn't call it lucky to go on an active war zone for no pay, but he bought my plane tickets, all my meals, and even pulled some strings so we could rush my passport. For someone that had never had a real job or even left California, it was a hell of a break. Val was only 19 at the time and shot the photo that won him an award the third night he was there, okay? The photo depicts Lisa Clementine, who lost an arm in Operation Desert Saber. According to the article, women were not subject to direct combat, and Lisa was in a vehicle at the time. The vehicle had to pull over suddenly when the road ahead was partially destroyed, and she and a fellow soldier were severely injured by a landmine. Val says, I ran into Lisa just after her surgery and took this picture. Then until she shipped out, I kept finding excuses to go back and take more pictures of her. I guess it was fate, because that's the photo that won me an award, got me into your magazine, and also led to my engagement. Just earlier this week, she agreed to become Mrs. Lincoln. Okay, so Lisa is the one here. She's the one that got married, and she's got a child. And she's Clementine on her uniform because they would take the legal name, despite the fact that they would go by Webb just to hide from the father. Well, so she was a soldier, but obviously she was injured, so can't be doing that job, but we'll see. And this is Val Lincoln. And this is the baby, Cam. Occupation, baby. And this is their for Mary with her spooky ghost tours. Clementine as well. She's a travel agent. And we forgot to click her picture because we were too focused on Obra Dinn. Okay, so that gives us 3. Oh my. We have to narrow down on this situation then. So I have lots of the family members still pinned on the pages from the reminders. And yeah, the reminders and the 6 pieces and the family man and notable events are still worth investigation points. The telephoto is just because we don't have them confirmed, so that will be later. Which means yes, somewhere in the information I either highlighted or that's still there and I even mishighlighting it is the clue we're looking for. So I shall now proceed into putting every single one of their names and associated things into the search engine and every periodical and see where I get to. I'm not gonna make you watch that, so I'll just bring you back when I've actually found something. Okay, so this one is a bit of a silly, potentially hard to find, but if you research Lauren's diary book, you get a new page from it. I mean, I guess we researched Bess's book and we got it this time. It wasn't in the previous one, but it feels like for a book we already had and then having to search it up again to get new information, that's like possibly the most hidden thing to know. But yeah, because I was put every single piece of information into every single thing, I've brute forced into it. An entry entitled Cruelty from Lauren's diary, written in 1963. Focuses on the relationship between her mother and her father, while it offered only redundant information during her previous investigation. It mentions the subject of affairs and might be more useful this time around. I am no stranger to true love. Jacob and I married at the age that most deem unfit for marriage, but he was also enlisted at an age that most deem unfit for war. We had no choice. I knew in my heart that our marriage was one for the ages. He and I would still be together today if not for Okinawa. That was nearly 20 years ago, but there is an emptiness in my soul. I do not understand my contemporaries. So many girls I went to school with have taken multiple lovers. So many of my girlfriend's husbands have been unfaithful. If I am able to remain true to the ghost of a man with no chance of physical reciprocation, no potential for long conversation, how could it be so hard to love someone you can reach out and touch, someone you can joke with? I mean, you know, it's. I think she's kind of clinging to the ideal, like they were in love and they got married and he got shipped out and died, right? So never had time to, spend 20 years with him and get annoyed at his snoring or whatever else goes on after you've been married for a long time. I'm not saying it's an excuse for cheating, okay? Shouldn't be cheating, but just she's seeing marriage through just the kind of early section of, everything was wonderful, we got married. And then like, how can other people have problems when they can actually be together? Which is why that's where the problems come from. Interactions with other humans. You have to learn to do all the hard work and resolve any issues. And obviously people are not always good at communicating and solving issues. I have not had to deal with such madness at home. My parents are a perfect match in the worst way. My mother's cruelty is a perfect fit for my father's general spite. In turn, Pop's status enables her incessant need to gloat and feel superior. I have grown up with their cruelty and disdain for others my entire life. Even my family remains unspared. They make fun of my grandpope and his family, saying, "Blood is thicker than syrup, but nothing's thicker than Elias." They mimic Grandma's Gwyneth's lisp and see her kindness as a weakness. Elias, please remember, Sam. Not even our families, maladies, and religion go unmocked. Remember, God only put one eye in Miracle. Jesus. I can say without a doubt in my mind that my parents have never had eyes for anyone outside their marriage. They're too self-centered to look astray. Okay. So they don't have problems because they're just happy being terrible to others together. It's one way to live your life. However, this is a value of 1. And there's nothing really here of value. Like, what am I supposed to take from this? Like, they're not even part of the cheating situation. Like she says, they were actually faithful. So is this some sort of clue for Elias? I don't know. Okay, back to the search engine mines we go. Okay, apparently Jim and Diamond's still great. There's been no rumors on infidelity. They just live their life. Okay, we get something about Caroline Morden. She did a television interview. We got a partial transcript from it. It is apparently of no value. And it's only her answers, so we have to figure out what the questions were. Thanks for having me. I never really fit into the family, so it didn't surprise me. She could have put me in if she wanted to talk about the time during my actor's dives where I almost got arrested for stealing the spark plugs out of all of her tractors, but I don't really think it fit her narrative. Okay, so that's Caroline saying that she's not mentioned in Sam's book. Yes and no, they never tried to kick me out or send me to live on a farm, if that's what you mean. But I was already pretty unpopular, and once everyone learned why I divorced my husband, 3 people paid me attention. Okay, so that's like, you're gay, they didn't like disown you and treat you like not family anymore, I guess. She's my wife, not legally, but we've been together for half our lives. Call it what it is. I was 20 and had just had my daughter. I had to look back on that time because I was the terrible mother for the first few years. I left my daughter with my ex-husband and followed Guy on a private jet to Europe. He lost a tooth and a client. I found love and a better understanding of who I was. Still, in our family's eyes, his trip was somehow more acceptable. Explain that. Okay, so that's talking about, yeah, she went with Guy to Europe, and that's how she figured out why she wasn't happy with being married to a man. But she's bitter because like also Guy can be going through women however much he wants, but she's the bad one. No, I couldn't stand him. Our family wrote off his behavior like he was some huge fan of romance or women, but he didn't like the entire woman. It was doubly awkward for me because he was more supportive than most. I slowly figured out it was because he assumed I would be as shallow as he was. He was a workaholic, he seemed nice enough and did a good job. I didn't know him well. That was one of Sam's problems with our family. None of us did except Carl. Honestly, I get why she's pissed. Okay, so that's talking about Carl. I'll try not to speak ill of the dead, not just as you want more stories about Guy. Okay, so she's not worried about just dishing the dirt on Guy. With Carl though, all I can say is we used to be friends before they sent him to private school. He came back a lot judgier. It made sense when they made him president. He was a lot like my father after they disciplined the fun out of him. After I started protesting the farms, he stopped returning my calls. Oh well, he's harder to label. When I was a teenager, he was basically drunk or high or both all the time. He actually used to sell me pot. His problems with women were different than guys, but he never really judged me. I guess he knew it would be pretty hypocritical to judge anyone for anything. Back then, he was destructively unreliable in every way, but nowadays he's just kind of boring and old. I prefer that to how he used to be and to Guy and Carl, but it's still a cautionary tale. I hope I'm never that boring at all. Okay, so that's her opinion of Clark, the current president, I guess. Okay, but that just gives us a little bit of background, nothing actually useful here. So let's continue. So I found something, but before we get to the actual something, I looked up, well, all of the names we had from the list and everyone and everything. And yeah, November Studios, and it has a website now, and they are open on various days. This changes everything, because yeah, how much time do we spend looking for November last time? But well, anyway, that's not the important thing. Looking up through every single name and every single thing, I've ended up looking up Bess Williams again. We looked up her book again, so that's how we got a picture of Elias. But there's actually more if you just look into her name, talking about how she died in a hurricane in 1926 outside of Miami, and also that there was a library where she lived where they named a section after her. And if we look up the library, it actually did an evidence print for us. So this might be what we're looking for. So there are many libraries in the area, and that one no longer exists. But there's now a Miami Print Museum. Come across their website, it's at their hours, very small museum. One of the exhibits in the courtyard, which includes a fountain as well as a statue of an unknown author. A picture has been added to your evidence. And there's a printing press that were used by the Miami Sunday. Potentially a newspaper from the area that we can use. It merged with another newspaper and became the Miami Mercury Sunday. The Miami Mercury Sunday was a newspaper that lasted only a year. Find a small website about quirky printing history facts that mentions the Miami Mercury Sunday was the outcome of merging two smaller failing newspapers that resulted in one larger failing newspaper. This was only notable to the author because by combining the names in the way they did, it was tied for the longest title for an American newspaper at the time. So then we know there is a Miami Mercury. And yes, that gives us a new periodical from the area. And yes, it goes to our periodical and we can look up Bess, which then tells us that she had a young son that was orphaned when she died. And no mention of a husband. And then it talks about bidding by Wildcat Construction, that they will build a new statue and the fountain, which mentioned something. So yeah, now I'm suspicious. After seeing that, can we click her face? We can. And we know what having a picture of someone means. What I became suspicious of is this. Because this page seems to make no sense. It like mentions that her parents were definitely not cheating. And then it mocks Gwyneth for having a lisp. The reason we currently have Beth as the potential affair partner for Elias is because, yes, we have mention of Gwyneth saying, "Who's Beth?" Which, based on this information, could have easily been her saying, "Who's Beth?" So that's an interesting way this all seems to be coming together. But oh my god, they're doing that thing again. Like, I think that was for me in the first, like in the base game, that bit where I completely ignored Swashbuckle My Heart, because I thought, oh, whatever, a silly book in the romance novels. But it was important to finding the re-release diaries that had a lot of information. So yes, this time it's like, I ignored Beth because I didn't ignore her first because I actually looked up her book again to get the picture of Elias, but then I ignored her further after that because I was like, how much more can they be? But apparently it turns out there can be more. So I think on the board we are going to change it from Elizabeth Knox, the secretary, to Bess Williams, the author. But we need to have 5 main people to confirm. So we're on 4 now. Shelley Young said that I will be him here, so we will need to find about him. Now, what later happens is going to be interesting because it appears that the son has a child through marriage, and then this child has a child, but the child is being raised by their grandparents. Yeah, something weird happens here. And then that child gets married, then gets married again. But in this case, I guess the spouse dies, because normally if they marry and remarry through divorce, you get the split up note. But here it's marriage then marriage, so someone must have died and then they've married again. Anyway, getting ahead of ourselves. We need to identify this child. But yeah, the only information here is the construction company. So I guess let's see if there's more about them. It was mentioned once in an article you've already seen about the library, but it's mentioned earlier under headline Constructing a Better World. Frank Wildcat Williams left Florida in 1941, constructor, wrote a hero, he won the Navy Cross, was bravery in the war. Now he and his wife Ophelia are carrying his fellow soldiers through tough times at home. Wildcat Construction is Frank's company, focused on creating opportunities for soldiers finding difficulty getting back to normal. Ophelia has handled outreach to the wives of local veterans who are often able to provide insight into their husband's needs and conditions. She has, through such outreach, found 13 veterans of the war to serve as Frank employees. The community support has been unendingly and overwhelmingly positive, got to a point where if Frank bids on a project, other local companies have decided to step back and let his soldier handle it. This has become a bit of a sore spot for local politicians and business owners, as the bids are often not as low as they expected. The problem for them is actually that Frank has a selective monopoly, but any attempt to circumvent it has caused an uproar and accusation of being un-American. It's uncertain what will become of Wildcat Construction, but at least for now, we're rooting for them. Possibly if we just look it up on the internet. Okay. We're getting things. Yeah. Military history website. Navy Cross. Yeah. He got injured. He died in 1996, age 74. He grew up an orphan. Yep. Because his family died in a hurricane when he was young. Yep. He could barely remember his mother and had no memory of his father. He wasn't around, I'm afraid. He ran a construction company. An anecdote mentions that he used to insist he married his wife Ophelia. As a matter of courtesy and convenience, she wouldn't have to change her last name. Okay, so her last name is the same as his. Photo of Frank and his youth attached. Juggling hammers in front of one of the construction sites, as he was often known to do. And he has daughters, Barb and Sharon Williams. Okay, so we can add him with the hammer juggling. And yes, he's actually doing this in front of the library with the statue of Bess, his mother, potentially. So he's Frank Williams. And he's construction. And his wife, Ophelia, also Williams. Okay, so that's 5, but it didn't lock in. Okay, I guess we keep going because we have the daughters, so we can maybe find them, and then if we will lock it off again, we will know which one's wrong. Well, he mentions the daughter. So, see if we can find anything. Okay, Barb Williams is a motivational speaker and she has a website that explains the services she offers. Her company's address is set in Coconut Grove, Florida. Okay, yeah, we have a flyer. Mr. Testimonials. Let's just save those people in case they're important. Overcoming adversity with Barb Williams. Okay, that means we can add... but we don't know which one she would be. Is she the daughter or the daughter-granddaughter situation? Maybe we can find out more from this. Okay, too common of a name. What about this TV station? No online presence. Giant list of television call signs next to city Springfield. You may need to do a deeper dive on a specific city and state to see if any locals have discussed the news in that area. Okay, Springfield. No. Effingham County. No. We need specific city and state. Oh, we need to find a state for this. There's a Springfield in Effingham County, Georgia. Okay, so we're looking for Springfield, Georgia. Come across the website, there is different channels available there. This is only feature broadcast with female news anchors. The person who runs the website has ranked each using 3 categories, none of them relevant to journalists. The internet. Isn't it lovely? One of the entries, Channel 12, the news anchors this as Greta Flores. Greta Flores used to go by Greta Jones. Compared to the ordeal you've gone through to simply figure out her name, it's way easier than you expect to find that she has a website of her accomplishments. She was apparently the MC for all-female speaking tour in 1977. The tour was called Storytellers of Sisterhood, The Mothers and Daughters of Earth. You do a search for it and it seems they were compiled into a book simply titled 25 Stories of Sisterhood by Isla Hale. They're really making us work for this information. Like, there's no way you're stumbling upon this in any way. Okay, printing. Anthology of stories told by the Stories of Sisterhood tours. Direct transcript of the most well-received stories told on stage. She's the editor. Yeah, Barb Williams is added to your evidence. Okay. The first part of the story focused on two 16-year-old girls. My sister Sherry was a brat, always sulking, often disobedient, never on time. She borrowed things without asking and even ran away from home only to sneak back the next day like nothing had changed. My daughter Sharon, on the other hand, was a beautiful person. She had excellent marks in school, was intensely artistic and creative, and even volunteered at an animal rescue. She continues to tell the stories of the two girls until she shifts the narrative. What was the difference between Sherry the brat and Sharon the beauty? Is it nature, nurture, a better education, different opportunities? The answer is nothing. There was no difference because my sister and my daughter are the same girl. Yep, it's the daughter-granddaughter line on the family tree. Barb reveals that her daughter was the result of an unexpected pregnancy when she was only 15. I met a boy at a county fair. Unlike us, he lived in the nice part of town. He went to the good school. To a teenage girl, it felt like a fairy tale. But there were boxes all over his house. He was moving in 3 days. Those 3 days were heaven to me. The final night, he surprised me. He told me he could actually see me again soon. He planned to return to visit his grandparents. I thought I was giving him a reason to keep his promise. I never saw him again. And when I finally got desperate enough to ask around, a friend of a friend told me he hadn't even given me his real name. Barb also talks about when she found out she was pregnant. I was convinced my life was over, but my parents, they took charge. I had to live at home and work a part-time job, but they removed the burden of motherhood. I managed to scrape out a degree in English, and as far as my daughter was concerned, I was her much older sister. Barb uses the story to come to a conclusion. When I was younger, I thought my sister was the brat, and I wasn't wrong. But she ran away from home to work at an animal shelter. She borrowed my clothes for presentations at school, and her creativity allowed her to open Sherry's hair. It took me far too long to realize the beauty was always there too. In fact, the brat and the beauty exist in all of us. It was my inner brat that kept me blinded to the truth, and I'd like to say it's the beauty in me that's finally able to see what I was missing. I implore you to call upon the beauties in yourselves whenever the brat tries to take hold. Okay, so she's this one. So Barbara. Yes, Williams. And she's a motivational speaker. Public speaker. Yes, there we go. And this is her. Okay, so we get a lock in here, so one of the other ones is wrong. Booyah! Okay, so it's Lisa that's wrong. Okay, let's see, because I don't think I looked her up. Nothing under this name. Nothing under this name. There we go. Under her married name. Yep, she was in the army, she lost a limb. Okay, she's a professor at West Point Military College. She went to the military because she thought her dad was a an Air Force pilot, but actually he was just a criminal. So she's a professor instead. That's what we were missing, because I forgot to look it up. Okay, and this is Sharon? Yes, Sharon Williams. And she's a hairdresser, I assume. And this Sherry's hair has some different meaning. Well, let's look her up. There is a Sherry's hair in Orlando. The owner of the business is Sherry Jastrzemski. Sherry has a large van. On the weekends can bring the style of Brittany, Christina, or even the Rachel to your door. The About Sherry section is very, very long and presented as one paragraph with multiple random sentences and no pictures. You get the sense that if she were to do your hair, she'd be doing a lot of talking. Yeah, not for me. It mentions that her husband Pete was her late husband's college roommate. Okay, so her husband did indeed die, but then she married his college roommate. She had never spent any significant time together until she became a widow and they built a charity together. They left the charity behind because it was growing beyond their ability to run it. She also brags about her kids, Tony, Mark, and Cricket. The oldest, Tony, seems to get the short end of the stick. His two listed accomplishments are that he's the oldest and he's a straight-A student. Mark, on the other hand, has multiple baseball accomplishments listed. Apparently his Little League team is nationally recognized. Cricket York is near the end and has an entire section dedicated to her. She's an actress on a local television show called Liberty Library. The reason Sherry relocated from Miami to Orlando, Sherry, in addition to being hearable to come do your do, is a stylist for the show. The passage also mentioned her agent recommended they change her last name to York since it was easier to pronounce. The rest of the section describes how she got the part, but it seems important to say it's easier to pronounce than Jastrzemski. Okay, so we have a lot here. I guess we would have to know what the Little League team's name is to look it up, but I guess Cricket is gonna be the easiest to search because she's an actress. It's a children's show filmed in Orlando. Multiple children and interact with animal puppet in a small town called Liberty. Isn't funded by the public. It's paid for by donations from businesses related to education that include textbook manufacturer Corrithmetic and tutor companies such as Educate2U and a few well-known publishers of picture books. From what you can find, it's syndicated in few markets across the southern United States. Those that grew up with tend to have fond memories that works in your favor because the show has been documented by a few fan sites. There's even a Liberty Library web ring, though it only has 3 entries. You click through the sites in the ring and find the Cricket York joined the cast in 1997 at the age of 5 and is still listed as a current cast member. Okay, so she's a child still, but she already works as an actress. And we get a picture of her. Is the raccoon someone's child? No. So she is the youngest of them. So she goes by York now, but her actual name is Jastrzemski. And she's an actress. So her father's name is also Jastrzemski. And I think it said that it's Pete. Yeah. And apparently there's a picture of him available somewhere. We need to find the brothers, but because they're from the previous marriage, they will have a different name. Is this anything? They made a book and then they make a 5th edition and then they did a text search and replace. So when they changed the 4th edition to 5th edition, they also asked students to calculate the 5th side of a rectangle. Classic, but not related to anything we're trying to do. Okay, this one has some printing. Educate2U is a tutoring service. They have a deal with Liberty Library. Some of the actors are on their website. They provide tutoring for the actors and actresses to accommodate their shooting schedules. Okay, so Cricket is on the pictures. And some people were scared of the little girl on the logo because it looked like a demon doll. And I would raise to TV to switch it off because of the creepy laugh. Okay. I mean, some kids' things are sometimes like super creepy. Okay, so Di's hair and her siblings. Unfortunately, on the name it just says perfect student and not their actual name. But that gives us, this is gonna be the older, then the younger. And I think there's like, yeah, Tony's the oldest. Anthony. But what is their surname? And then it's Mark something. And I guess they're not actors, they're just K-12 students. Okay, how do I get their names? Okay, so going back to the testimonials from Barb's leaflet, we get the other person who probably doesn't look big Elmsworth. They ran the Kikua Falls Gazette, and they basically just like ran articles about local things. He talks about seeing Barb do her speeches more than once, and he mentions that she shared a story about loss, specifically the loss of a bicyclist who had been hit by a car. She spoke about the death of any person as a darkness in their loved ones, a cold, empty void that begins to creep into a space where there was once light. Because the light could never return exactly how it once was, she says the only option is to nurture the new sources of light to help fight back the darkness. Her conclusion was that fighting the hidden meaning in tragedy is the most important thing we can do. She used multiple biblical comparisons and finished by looping back around to her initial story and how she personally began to come around to this ideology. The biker who died was her son-in-law, and the Lanes Across America charity was created to fill the newfound darkness her daughter experienced. The charity was the light that began to fill the void, and she was doing everything she could to help nurture it. Okay, so we can maybe look up this charity, and yes, we get pictures. The charity focused on adding bike lanes to major cities. The page and pages of news articles that mention lanes across America have a similar summary. The LAA, formerly LAM, was founded in 1987 after the death of Drew Smith. Drew was biking home from work when he was hit by a car. Each year since, lanes across America has grown, and I now have offices in over 12 major metropolitan areas, including Miami, where the charity began. They have a picture of Drew, and it's been added to the evidence. And that's him. But that's, a picture from his wedding that's been cropped out. That means there is probably an uncropped version. So his name was Drew Andrew Smith. And therefore those kids' names will also be Smith. So we just need a picture of Sharon, which is if we get the uncropped wedding picture, then that should do it. It says formerly Lamb, so it was laying across America, but since they started in Miami, they would have been laying across Miami. Yeah, so those are the older ones. Yeah, so they stepped down. Yeah, they started cropping out the picture, but there is a full picture on this older stud. So before we add her, let's do the alternative pictures. So we have, this is the new husband because they were friends. This is alternative Barbara, and we have alternative Cricket, but we can't add her because she's not logged in, so we are forced to finish it off on Sherry. So this is all the main required people, but as if in the main game, there is also the top secret envelope.
Hi again. I know you probably thought you were done, but it turns out what you're doing here might have some pretty major repercussions on the family tree.
Again. Also, there's something really strange happening. I can't explain it.
Neither of us can.
I'd call it a simple misunderstanding, but it's digging at the pit of my stomach. I just have a feeling.
Last week, let's just say being the president, sometimes people bring me things.
Just skip to the important part.
Right. One of our janitors brought me some hair she'd found in Ruby Spratt's trash. It was Bonnie Hudson's. Bonnie is Guy's sister. She'd sent us her hair to test potential Roottries, since her DNA is closest to Guy's. But Ruby threw it out, and I wasn't sure why she would have done that. Especially right before we began testing the tree you provided. When I asked, she told me she thought the samples needed to be fresh every time they did a test.
It seems really odd. Ruby was the one who convinced us to do DNA testing in the first place. She seemed so knowledgeable. I don't like it. You've done more of a deep dive on these people than anybody else has. Clark will keep a closer eye on the DNA tests from now on. You have an eye for anomalies. We need you to find the smoking guns.
If there's anyone you're 100% positive can't be a Roottree,
or any you've got definitive evidence are Roottries, then we might be able to catch Ruby in a lie.
We now have the top secret section, and apparently a whole new thing to sort out across everyone we've had so far, where we have to confirm whether they're a Roottrie or not, because apparently Ruby is suspicious. Well, now, in one of the previous episodes, I mentioned cutting out a bunch of content related to the anonymum and her child, because it just wasn't relevant at the time, as they were said to be disqualified by the DNA test. But now everything is under suspicion, so let's go back to Past Me to review all that content, and then we'll be back for the rest of the investigation. Okay, so we have Anonymum, which, yes, she was the second person that came forward saying, oh, I think I had a child that is a Roottree, but then this was disproved by a DNA test. So she had a TV interview, but she was like anonymized, so we don't know about her. She appeared in the shadows with this guy's voice, and there's an article in Newstime. I think, yeah, we have to look her up in Newstime then. The name Anonymous is not self-included, it seemed to spring up organically. Some supported her due to parts of the story sound incredible. There was a media blitz, but it backfired because people became skeptical because the story was very similar to Five Piece, which, I mean, if Guy who had a pattern, like he hired a secretary and seduced her and stuff like that, then, you know, yes, that's not entirely out of the question. Roottries is more prepared to handle it. There was a DNA test that proved Anonymous' daughter could not have been related to the Roottries. This was announced at a press conference. Many people suspect that the whole affair has been a hoax to gain fame and money. Many demanded that Anonymous be held accountable, and some people even attempt to track her down and true identity. Yeah, people get mad. The Roottree company felt pressure to put out a second statement to try and to curb some of the backlash, even going so far as to say, though it was technically proven that Jane Doe Roottree is not a Roottree, this doesn't mean that her mother and Guy Hudson were not involved in an affair. She had every right to make her claim, as it has been verified that their stories about Guy Hudson were not exaggerations. Please leave the family alone. Okay, so even the Rootries family says yes, it's totally a thing. Like, she could have had a thing with Guy, because that was something he did. It's just that the child she happened to have was not his. And yeah, that kind of ended the whole Roottreemania. Okay, let's look her up in the Newstime 10, if that's where it came from. I mean, I'm not sure how much we need here. It is printing something, because we're saying it's confirmed that they're not Roottries, and therefore they will not be going on the tree, but here we go. It's a picture with two blurred faces, very helpful. Yeah, the anonymous woman claimed to have had an affair with Guy Hudson while she was working as his secretary. She and another woman were hired at the same time during a transition period, while many of the secretaries that worked under Zach Mordem were already gone. She says that she and the other woman were both underqualified, as neither had typewriter experience. According to the other staff members interviewed, Guy had his own requirements for hiring women. Guy liked to throw lavish parties, and the longer he was president, the more excuses he found. The anonymous woman posits that these parties mostly seem to be an excuse to have after parties at the guy's home, featuring much more alcohol and other substances. She claims she slept with him at least one of these parties. She confronted Guy when she found out she was pregnant. Guy didn't seem fazed, and they came to an arrangement. He paid her a significant amount of hush money on a recurring basis under the table. She used it to move away and start a new life with her daughter. When Guy died, the money stopped coming, and she assumed things had run their course. She went back to work at the department store and hoped that nobody would ever look too closely at how she paid for her house. She told everyone that her daughter's father worked out one day and never came back. She claimed that after seeing the fantastic article in Newstime, she realized that she wasn't the only one this happened to. While she never worked at the Roottries company at the same time as Five-Piece mother Joanna, the two stories seem eerily similar, and she knew Joanna was telling the truth right away. The article presents no tangible evidence of the anonymous woman's time at Roottries, and all of the payments were allegedly made in cash. However, using details that she provided to Newstime, the reporters were able to reach out to the other women hired at the same time, who also remained anonymous. They successfully fact-checked the timeline of both women and confirmed the existence of the infamous after parties. Yeah, so they published her story, but then it turned out not to be true. So it says she was hired after Joanna, like they didn't overlap. So we can probably track her down. Okay, so 77 Joanna Flowers leaves. Okay, and we have Beatrice Watts and Corinne Schwartz are hired. So there's two secretaries hired together. So we have those two are potential if we're saying they violated their stories. And those two are a potential. There's another two were hired here. And this is after Guy Hudson. Okay, let's see if any of them have any presence. Nope. Okay, we have Corinne Schwartz, comes up in a few articles from local news stations in Pennsylvania. Some of the people attempting to track down Anonymous were harassing her. She recently had to take a leave of absence because people showed up at her car dealership where she works. She's begging people to stop the accusations so she can go back to a normal life. In every article you find, the journalists involved have independently verified that she's not anonymous. But is there anything about her in the press then? Yeah, she resides in Pennsylvania, but not in Butler County. Last month, she was named in a national tabloid. People have come to her place of work. It's impossible for her to be anonymous because her only child is still in middle school. Unless her son's gestation period was approximately 10 years, it doesn't appear like Corey could have been involved in any of the potential affairs on your tree. Okay, but it says that she was in a tabloid, so it's potential that for it's Corinne is the person that was validating for Beatrice. No, we don't have whatever this tabloid might be. I'm not sure how we would find it because it just said it was a tabloid that they didn't give a title. What else do we have? I assume that will just take us down the same things. Yes. So now on the board we have this new area. This is likely related to Anonymous and her child, who are now back in the consideration. But also every person we have entered, and also interestingly Ron and Robbie are marked as possible Roottries, and when we click on them we get a little file and a section to fill in and mark whether there are likely to be a Roottries, not likely to be a Roottries, or they might be a Roottries but it cannot be proven. And then we get a list of clues and evidence that we're supposed to have found. So interestingly for Robert, I have only 3 of 12 things. And then here we know this is related to Anonymous because it actually points to the Anonymous evidence, and we're gonna actually have to find out who those people are, which I had the clue about who the other person was that was working with them at the Roottries Corporation, so we can work that out likely from the association of who else worked there at the time and find the additional clues. just going through all of them, we can navigate. And yes, for Frank, who's the possible child of Elias and Bess, we have all the clues. Same for Stuart Clementine, Mark Clementine. And yes, we don't have everything for Anonymous. There are 5 more clues we need to find for 5 pieces. And by the way, we don't need to find them all, I assume, to make the decision. It's just everything that you could have. We have everything for James Garland and Robert Garland. Now, with those two, actually, I think one of them, the older one, is a Roottrie, because we know she was with Guy at the time, but then after that she got married and moved away, so the younger child is like 2 or 3 years behind that, so that's likely the child of her husband. So one of them is a Roottrie and the other one is not. Then we have Min Lang, again, more clues to be found. We have everything for Flavio, and we have everything for the Ford twins, Robbie and Ron. Now, we do have a new thing they sent us, which is just the update, but I'm wondering about this whole it's impossible to prove situation. Obviously, they said they're gonna test them using DNA, so is there like a limitation of how close the person has to be in the family tree? Like, one of the things we did find is that Gwyn died, so we're saying now she's dead and buried, we can't DNA test her kids to say that she was actually the mother. Like, no, that's like one of the things that happened in the original game, is that she moved away to France with her then husband Wild Bill, and Lauren mentions in her diary that they don't meet her kids until much later, like by the time the kids are grown up. So actually, you know, no one in the family knows that, oh, you know, while she's the mother, and generally it would be harder to say, oh, it's not her kids if someone saw her be pregnant and stuff like that. Actually, no one in the family seen her because she was living away and she didn't return, and they didn't have contact with the family until much later. Yes, Ruby was caught throwing away DNA from Bonnie. They want us to verify, who's certain, who's unlikely, who's too ambiguous. And because Ruby is acting suspicious, they want us to reconsider Anonymous. Now, I did the research about Ruby, and one of the things that was mentioned about her, if I can find it again. Yes, so she was from Portland, and she was an orphan, like she was in the foster care system. And another person in the family tree who was in Portland foster care system is 5Ps. So I am kind of wondering if they know each other in some way, and they have concocted some plan, like, you know, he finds out that his mother had an affair with Guy, and she's the lawyer, so she's like, hey, you could get into lots of money because this family is known for having this arrangement that if you're in the family, you get money. So they get him in. And I mean, he might be a legitimate Roottrie. I'm not saying that he cheated his way into that. But they basically unwittingly opened the floodgates. And then there's more and more kids. But obviously more and more kids means less and less money to share. So did she then start trying to eliminate people from the pool so that, you know, he gets a bigger share, and hopefully she gets more money too. Although, yes, she's also managed to become the company family lawyer, so obviously she's getting paid for that. Although apparently her fees were low because she just wanted to get in on the opportunity. So if she's getting back pay from him for being included in the family, it's in her interest as well that his cat is bigger. Anyway, that's just my speculation about it. I think what we're gonna start with is just going through the people where we have all of the clues and making decisions about them. So we have Frank here, and we have all of the evidence, which was pointing at the fact that Elias had an affair with someone called Beth/Bess. So that was revealed via the Six Pieces book and the Lawrence diary, that while the mention is that Gwyneth was asking about Beth, the cruelty diary talks about her having a lisp, and therefore in a specific way that her trying to say Bess could have sounded like Beth. We know that she had a young son after writing the book for Elias. I think this one is quite easily marked as a Roottries plot narrative. Now, again, I'm not sure where this impossible to prove comes in, because I was expecting it to ask, like, could we get a DNA test by some specific rule? But yeah, there's nothing here saying, oh, you need this sort of distance relative in order to do a DNA test or anything like that. So I'm not sure what that's gonna mean. Now, in case of Stuart and Mark, actually Stuart is not a Roottrie. The story for Mary Beth Clementine was that she was big into adoption, and she seemed to genuinely actually adopt her older child. But then when she had another child through an affair with Miracle, she passed it off as an adoption, but basically it was she couldn't tour for a while because of the unusual circumstance of her son's second adoption, which I assume is just basically her hiding for however many months for people not know that she was pregnant. So I think Mark in this case is a Roottrie, and again, I don't know how much the DNA testing comes into it, but Miracle Roottrie is still alive, so a direct DNA paternity test is possible here. I think 5Ps also might be a Roottrie, but I want to find out the rest of the evidence just in case there is some later twists and turns to be discovered. Yeah, in terms of the Garlands, I think the older Garland, so James, is a Roottrie, and again, he can be compared to Bonnie's DNA because that's his aunt, so, feels close enough. And then Robert is not a Roottrie because he was born after Christine has moved away, and therefore she was no longer around Guy. Then we have more evidence to find, so we're gonna wait for it. We have everything for Flavio. Again, seems quite possible, like the dates for him being born and the dates for Guy visiting to the new Roottrie factory in Brazil, they seem to align. And again, this is comparable via Bonnie, so he likely is a Roottrie. And then we have the Ford twins. Again, she was working with Guy, then she was married to someone else, but the husband was very suspicious that actually she got pregnant through the affair. So I think they can be confirmed as relatives as well, and there's nothing else to find about them. Yeah, this one is confounding. Like there's a lot to be found. A lot to be found, and therefore, who knows what secrets are hidden there. This is a bit of a left field one, because they're from the original game. Although even in the original game, I did note a few times, maybe it wasn't included in the footage because it didn't need to anything, that yes, they are weirdly marked in terms of, the line is not direct. The line just comes around them, because I guess, we don't have anyone who can directly confirm that Gwyn indeed was pregnant and had those kids because she was in another country at the time. I think focusing on Min might be the quick one to start off with, because we're only missing 2 things. So yeah, I'm just gonna go do a quick loop around the internet and everything and see what I can find. Okay, so searching Lang Tai, which is the company in China that paired with Roottries to the distributor Candy there, gives us a new result we haven't had before. It was mentioned in Business Watch lots of time, but there was nothing particularly helpful. Other that one of the earlier mentions from 1979 is unusual, as it's not to do with their business, but it's to do with IVF. And basically it goes into the fact that the younger daughter, Shinyo, so that's the one that currently lives in the States as Linda, she couldn't have a child, so the older daughter was basically the surrogate from IVF, and that's Shinyu, who is also the mother of Min. And it specifically mentioned that the older daughter was unmarried, right? So it just brings us back to this whole, she had a child, but she not have a husband, but she was in proximity to Guy. And we know what happens when women are in proximity to Guy. And that was added as one of the clues. So one more thing to find. Okay, so from the same article about the IVF mention, looking up the company that supposedly did this IVF, brings us to an article about a whistleblower who accused this company of falsifying IVF basically as an alibi, so they could be paid off to say, oh yeah, this person totally got IVF with us, where actually they were already pregnant, and this was just a way to say, this wasn't because of an affair or any sort of out of wedlock activities for unmarried mothers. It was just IVF because she really wanted to have a child. Someone came forward to provide proof that this company was involved in that, and yet the company was shut down. There's also mention of that in the Business Watch as well. So that's an interesting thing that this links back to her saying, oh yeah, this company was a fraud cover-up, because like she did have Min as an unmarried mother, so if she had another pregnancy, what did that change in terms of, oh, she wanted to cover that one but not this one? And I mean, there's nothing in here to add the other child, which is Mark Han, as a possibility, unless we're just saying she's not the Rootree, but he is. She is in college now, so that would make her, between like 18, 19, 20 something, which is old enough. Would have been born while Guy was still alive. That is well within the scope for her to be a Rootree, so I think that's fine. I think she is a Rootree. Now, interestingly, the top smoking gun for her is the company records from 1980 to 81, but obviously, like, she's not mentioned here. She wasn't working for the company, nor was her mother. So I wonder, what does it go to, right? Like, they're not going to be mentioned anywhere here. How is this connected to her? Oh, I just had a thought. The expenses for the company for flavor development, $10,000 a month. What if their payoff, like he was paying the woman from company money, like that he had kids with? There is strawberry Zikwa, butterscotch caviar, and I mean, caviar is the real flavor, but he may just have codenamed it after the flavor, and the other flavors he was also going to develop, but it didn't work out. Because it appears in 1980 and then 1981. Let's check the other pages. So we have 78, we have caviar here. And then butterscotch and caviar appears. Okay, before that there are no flavor developments happening. And then after that in 82, sugar plum is 20,000, right? If he had twins with Susan and the standard payoff was 10,000 a month per child, paying 20 sounds like the raid going for twins. Because, I mean, she did say she was being paid off. When this was happening in, like, 75, there were no DNA tests. So I assume standard operating procedure for Guy was his mistress says she's pregnant. And he just like, okay, here's 10k, get out of my life. What does this give us? Can we use those flavors to find more out? Because obviously there was stuff on the internet about caviar. If they're just common words, they're not gonna find it. The only one I'm like suspicious about, like the only one we might be able to know something about is this one. Oh, it's a Chinese word for watermelon. Okay, yep, that tell us all we need to know. It's paying for min. Which, by the way, I am still confused about how this candy works because it says it's chocolate maple, which I've never had maple chocolate. Is that an actual thing? Has anyone had maple chocolate? Is it because they're in America, but anytime I hear maple, I'm like Canadian. So yeah, it's chocolate flavored with maple, like they use maple syrup instead of sugar in it or something. But then it also has a flavor on top of that. Isn't maple the flavor? I'm confused. I think it might be time to dive into the inconsistencies and the anonymous situation. Now, the main thing about it we have still, yes, is that we had the Corinne Schwartz, which again, she was being harassed about being anonymous, but it wasn't her. She was just the person that vouched for her. So Beatrice Watts might be the actual person, because the story was that they worked together, and that's why Corinne was able to verify. Okay, so we know from Picotet that the Jane Doe Roottree was actually Courtney May. I don't know what's happening with this highlight. It's completely wrong. Okay, so if her mother's name is Watts and she's Courtney May, that could be her full name. There we go. Just married. Courtney May has a simple website with black text on a white background and a few images. From the view counter, you can tell you're one of the only few hundred people who have visited it. She's not shy about claiming she's Jane Doe Rootree. As proof, she has posted an unobscured cover from the time she was featured on Newstime, as well as a different picture of herself that appears to be a wedding photo. The website seems to be created in defense of her mother, who has been the target of public scrutiny. Under the headline, The True Story of Jane Doe Rootree, courtesy of Courtney May Newton, formerly Watts, okay, so her current name is Newton, because yeah, she has a husband, so we can find about him and put him on the board. Everyone has everything wrong. My mom approached the Roottries before 5Ps was even on the cover of Newstime. Nobody at the Roottrie company took us seriously. They only listened to us after we appeared on TV and in magazines. Again, pointing to this whole, that may have been some sort of scheme by Ruby and 5Ps. The site has a scanned letter from Ruby legal group to Courtney May's mother Beatrice. In very polite legal terms, it seems to accuse her of exploiting their name and orders her to leave the Roottries alone. It's dated from weeks before the 5Ps article appeared in Newstime, and it seems legitimate. Okay, so the Ruby Legal Enterprises was involved before 5Ps, so again, she would have known about this whole claims and stuff like that. Further and further suspicious. Courtney May also discusses her mother's magazine feature in more detail. Do you know how difficult it was to convince anyone to tell our story? My mom didn't want to show her face because everyone in the media we approached assumed she was lying because her story was just like 5Ps, but my mom's story was first. Mom was advised by Ryan and Cork to tell Newstime that seeing 5Ps on the cover was what inspired her to go public. That's the only way Newstime would agree to it and help her get on TV, but it's not true, our story was first. Courtney's defense continues, but much of it seems repetitive and useless. Towards the end of the page, she discusses the DNA test and defends her mother's character. My mom is amazing, she's the nicest woman in the world. She has diabetes and works at a department store, but still managed to help pay for my apartment in the big city so that I could stay with my high school sweetheart. I got a degree in nursing, so I learned about DNA in college, but I'm beginning to think it's all a lie. Mom is 100% confident there's nobody else who could have been the father. Either they did the test wrong or DNA is complete BS. She's not a liar, okay? Obviously, yes, if they were cheated, then yes, it might appear that DNA don't work. But yeah, if done correctly, I think we know it works. I assume she doesn't appear in anything else, but let's just be safe and do a full periodical sweep. Okay, nothing. But we go to evidence and we got two things. We've got her, and his name is Danny. Okay, so we have Danny Newton as the husband. And this is the original cover of the magazine that was then published, yeah, obscured. Okay, so we have them to add. And she's a manager, department store. Okay, retail, yes. And this is Hair, Courtney May Watts, and she is a nurse, and her spouse is Daniel Newton. Okay, and we have a picture of him as well. So that sorts this out. There is another clue we don't have. Oh yeah, we can look up Ryan and Cork. We're printing some DNA. Yeah, just a law firm in North Carolina, named after the partners, yeah. Local cases, they represent anonymous. Section about a case, including a scan of the DNA test results. That she wasn't a Roottrie, okay. Yeah, not a 0.5% match, not related. No chance that she was a Roottrie. It tested against Bonnie Kellogg, Guy Hudson, so yeah, Guy's twin sister. And yeah, the sample they said was definitely her hair. The company that did the test. No, one of the things you may also notice here is that yeah, she's a redhead. That was a big Guy thing, obviously not proof, but yeah, well, maybe if the other company was a fraud, this company is also some sort of fraud. DNA testing company, new phenomenon that allows laboratories to prove a possible familial relationship. According to their website, DNA Co. Yeah, they were responsible for their test that proved that Felix Flower's 5-base was a Roottrie, and they used it as an example of how DNA test looks. They used to provide some information about the process. Oh, are we gonna compare the two tests and see that they weren't the same? Yeah, they take a sample, put a name on the test with their ID, yeah, with the actual name. Guy Hudson's dead, there was no known source for Guy, but they tested against the Roottrie. It says that Jane Doe because it wasn't collected in person, but the Roottrie company let them know it was from Bonnie Kellogg. Yeah, but so which means they trusted Roottries that the DNA sample was good, right? And they didn't verify. There was no chain of custody on the evidence. The left and right arms essentially signatures that match the DNA of the people in question and nobody else. It's a legitimate company. Yes, they don't create fake results, but they can only work with what they were sent, right? So if someone sent a sample for DNA, said this was Bonnie, but actually it was someone else, then that's not good. But also I like how they just put it on their website, like just doxing his DNA on a public website. Yeah, they got permission to post it. Good. 19% chance that he was related to Bonnie, who they listed Jane Doe. Yeah, this is his DNA and this is Bonnie's DNA, supposedly. Yeah, so if we compare the Barney Kellogg sample that was used for Anonymous and Jane Doe Roottrie test and the Barney sample they used for 5Ps, those samples are not the same. Like there are completely different numbers for all of those sections, which means yes, this sample was incorrect. Like they are not both from Barney. For the board, we're still missing 3 things about 5Ps. We could say we know she got money, right? She was able to buy a house and whatever, and like she wasn't exactly making giant money. And from the company records, we know he was paying. So 78 he was paying caviar, and then 79 he was paying butterscotch and caviar. But there's more to find. So for 5Ps, we're still missing some of the clues. And again, he is connected to the company records, I guess through the fact that his mother is mentioned in those records here. But interestingly, this is before the payoff starts, so either she didn't make a claim or he wasn't yet coding it in. Because yeah, the first child is caviar, if this is to be correct, which actually yeah, it's probably not Flavio then, because this is before Flavio was even born. Like it just seemed to align with the two. Then so yeah, in 1980 we got strawberry and sigua, and then butterscotch, and he's still paying for caviar. And then the next year sugar plum gets added, which we know is the twins. So this is the flavors in order of appearance. Now obviously there may have been some time arrangement, because it depends when the women came to him and asked him to be paid. But if we look, this is like a throwback all the way back to the start of the game. Originally we had the 5 pieces, the original kids. The 5-piece candy was named after all of the kids, so the flavors matched the initials of the kids. Now, the flavors match the initials of the mothers. Caviar, Christine. We have butterscotch for Beatrice then. Then we have strawberry comes first for Sonia Alves here, but again, that might be due to the timing of when they contact him and stuff like that, because we have Sigua for Zinyu here, and yes, then we have Sugar Plum for Susan, double pay twins. Yeah, so he's doing the I'm Elias, but instead of actually adding flavors for the 5 pieces, he just ends up paying off the mothers with the company money. And only flavor he made was caviar, and that only succeeded in certain territories. But where that leaves us is there is no J flavor, no anything. Again, could be because she didn't submit anything to him, she didn't ask him for money, but we still have the DNA samples where we know the 2 people they submitted as supposedly Bonnie are not the same person. So very, very suspicious, but I think that confirms that Courtney is a Roottrie because Beatrice is butterscotch. That's basically it. But now we still need to find those remaining clues for 5Ps. Okay, so researching 5Ps, there's an article in Teen Blast. He's popular and attractive enough that even though his music is not targeted toward teen girls, they seem to be paying attention anyway. While he hasn't done any interviews with the magazine, they listed him among hanky hotties for the past few months with small bios that tell you various facts about him. This includes his real name David and his birthday. Okay, 1977 is when he was born, so that's where it places him on the timeline. And he's an Aquarius, and he grew up in foster care in Portland. A letter to the editor also claims it's not possible that he was born in 1977, as he claimed on a song called 17 Magazine, that he turned 17 in 1992. That was also like the other one with the jumping. Yes, I can jump, right? Like between 92 and 94. The editor response was stating that they've reached out to his agent to ask about the song and were told it wasn't performed by Five Piece and that they shouldn't print rumors. Okay. Sassy sass. Okay, so his other name, Dirty Davy, in the Portland Telegraph leads us to this mention about the landmark called the Fountain of Youth. We found this, it was connected to Ruby before in one of the articles about hair. Apparently the unveiling of the fountain, the mayor of Portland made a speech and there were performances by multiple local entertainers, as well as a ribbon cutting from the people most instrumental in bringing the fountain into fruition. The article calls out that all the performers and speakers were foster care alumni and most of them grew up together as close friends. So yeah, they weren't only in foster care together, they were in foster care and they were close friends. Includes poets, musicians and dancers. Dirty Davy was listed as one of the musicians. So yeah, the Ruby was the designer of this fountain, right? She came up with this idea. We've had this in the previous search. Making change for the foster care system. She designed this fountain and it was actually created and like it raises money for the foster care. So again, they know each other. They are in something together. And then yeah, she gets in with the Roottries and all of this starts. Okay, so the 17 magazines, sometimes referred to as 17 magazine, title of an unreleased and controversial song about Dirty Davy. There's mentions of it on a few sites, claiming it was the first release of his first mixtape, but it was removed. There's no audio or visual evidence of it existing, but there are independent accounts from people who have claimed to have heard it, and they do generally line up. According to their recollection, it was about many different loosely connected occurrences of the number 17, mostly violent. The intro states it was written on Davy's 17th birthday and involved a fictional but glorified series of murders at a fashion show for a teenage magazine with a similar name to the song title. That leaves us with only one thing that we don't have yet. Okay, I can't quite find what this is supposed to be. Like, it might be like a search of a search I've already done, something like that, and I just can't get it. It seems to be a spider search, and I can't get nothing of the 17 magazines. So I may have just like missed a sub search on one word, and I can't like brute force into it. But I think it's safe to say he's not a Roottrie. Him and Ruby concocted a plan based off her knowledge of the family and knowledge of like legal things, and she had an in, so it's not him. So that sorts this board. Another thought actually is here I went with, oh yeah, he's a blood relative, but actually he is dead. If we look him up, he died at the age of 74, and if we're saying we're going to use DNA to prove it, he is dead. His children and grandchildren are still alive, but we can't get his DNA to test against anyone, so we're gonna go with it might be him, but there's no way we can prove this one way or another. I guess it would be like it could be done through testing his kids against some of the family, but there are like multiple hopes, right? Because if he's descended directly from Elias, then it would have to be tested against someone who would be someone's half, like second cousin somewhere, right? Because a lot of the people are dead. Like all of the 5 pieces are dead. Well, Sam is still alive, but again, yes, it would be like quite far removed, so we don't know how far the DNA reaches, and yes, it would be a child of someone who we're trying to confirm. So I think that's where the possible maybe, but we can't tell, is used. Now, the strange bit with the Ronald and Robert, and the fact that we're missing a lot of evidence because I wasn't researching them, right? They didn't seem relevant to what the Roottreemania was about, so time to get on that case. I did actually made a page just because they were mentioned. One of them being a conspiracy theory that Gwyn didn't die, but I think she died. So yeah, let's like just start with the basic of researching them on the spider search and seeing where that takes us. So yeah, it's just a page about her, and she was in the movie called Guys Like Us. And yeah, I'm gonna re-highlight everything, even though we already know about it, because I don't know which things are supposed to be looked into again. Yeah, so she moved to Paris, and then she wasn't really out there anymore. Yeah, she died peacefully in her sleep. She had pneumonia because she was older. Then let's look up this movie. Yeah, 2 secretaries that pretend to be men so they can get jobs. It was released on home video due to Roottreemania. Okay, so that's been updated. The time it took to manufacture and ship VHS copies of Guys Like Us meant it missed the height of the craze, which only lasted a few weeks, even though it did sell modestly well, and there have been talks of a remake. Okay, can we look that up? Yeah, remake has been discussed a few times on the website about upcoming film names movie news. The logo is a cow on a film canister. The rumored cast is Cameron Diaz, and they're all originated by Gwyn, Linda, Fiorentino, and Chris O'Donnell. According to leaked news, the remake has been put on indefinite hiatus due to its director, who is speculated to be Ron Roottries, dropping out in the wake of a serious medical issue. That's only a rumor, okay? Ron is having medical issues. Well, let's search him up as well. Yeah, so he was the announced president, but then they took him out because he was just doing it so he could finally get rid of Robbie. Yeah, his mother died, and him and his brother made amends. Okay, actually, let's look up Robbie again. Yeah, he's in prison in France. He's not returned. Yeah, death of our mother was hard on our family. They're spending time together as brothers. Yeah, recovery for addiction. Okay, well, we're going to the periodicals then to find them again. Okay, what are some other people names connected? Well, we have Ronald's wife and children. I assume maybe not the children, but I guess we also have Gwyn's husband. We don't know whether he's alive or not. That's his full name, but he was the Wild Bill. And then actually, if we go back to this, yeah, there were the other people mentioned that were in the movie, so that might lead us to something as well. Okay, so this is also updated. So she's a comedian, part of a recent fundraiser at the Reno Comedy Club, the Laugh Lounge. The fundraiser was called Best Medicine and was to help find cure for Huntington's disease. According to the website, she raised the same. Up until recently, I didn't know anything about Huntington's. In the last few months, I've gone from knowing nothing about it to learning more than any one person should ever have to. Until less than a decade ago, it was impossible to predict if someone susceptible to Huntington's had the disease, but due to the advances in medicine, tests have been developed. Hopefully this increases awareness in the first step into finding a cure. Please join me for a night of comedy for a good cause. Okay, but why is she suddenly so interested in this? Yeah, neurodegenerative disease causes memory issues, uncontrollable movement in limbs. After symptoms onset between 30 and 50, people live under 15 to 18 years. There is no cure. It's passed genetically from parent to child. The gene that causes Huntington's works in such a way that if a parent has the disease, there's a 50-50 chance that their child will get it. Huntington's cannot be passed on recessively, meaning it cannot skip a generation. In other words, if someone has a mother or father with Huntington's, but they themselves did not receive it from their parent, their children and their grandchildren, so will never have it. This is a clue that we will need to link someone having the disease, and then whether they have it or not would prove their relation to someone. But then if they have kids, we can't just use the kids to then do further tests, like something like that. Okay, well, it is Ron's wife that's raising the money for the disease, so it's possible either Gwyn had it and that's why she suddenly died, or Ron has it then. How would I find this out? How would I find this out? Well, let's just keep looking for the other people and see if anything comes up. So Wild Bill, he was known for the fortune papers, the grave. He did not make an appearance at Gwen's funeral. Because of his absence, there were rumors online he must have already died, but according to a reporter, they tracked him down. He's in his 70s, lives in Paris, and he's in perfectly fine health. Okay, so Wild Bill does not have Huntington's, and therefore, if Ron has Huntington's, then possibly they're not related. But that wouldn't matter, right? Because Gwen is the Roottrie link. It sort of doesn't matter if Wild Bill is the father or not. It would matter that Gwen is not the mother. A few years I spent with Gwen were just one stop along a very long and complicated journey that has been my life and career. The last time we spoke was when I signed the divorce papers. She asked me to never contact her or the kids again. I've always respected those wishes. They never reached out to me either, even as adults, so I have to assume they had the same idea of why she hated me as much and the sacrifices she made on my behalf. I wish them well, and I'm sorry for their loss, but we've been strangers for 40 years, so I can confidently say they wouldn't have wanted me to be there. In fact, I'm confident my presence would have ruined it. Okay, so he just didn't want to intrude. Okay, Harrison Lane is just outdated stuff. Yeah, Leslie, this is a newer page. She was in the movie with Gwen. With the success and acclaim, she retired from Hollywood almost immediately after her co-starring role. Not much was known about her recently when Guy Hudson was re-released right at the tail end of Roottreemania. Recently, as part of the myriad of articles and research people have done into those surrounding the Roottries, it came out that she died of a genetic disease known as Huntington's in the late 1960s. Interesting. So, did Gwen maybe taken her child? Like, the Gwen taken Ronald, and now he has Huntington's, so that's how I know. I mean, I don't actually know that Ronald has Huntington's. I'm just taking that from... She's looking into Huntington's, right? Like, she's like, I know everything about Huntington's now. How do I find out if Ron has Huntington's? Where would that be available? Unless we just take it from, well, until recently they weren't so good with her brother-in-law, so it's more likely her husband. Yeah, okay, so that got us quite a lot. We're only missing three of the things to do with them. I'm just trying to recall like what my searching was for in the original game about them, because there was more about them, right? There was like they were arguing. Can we look at the older article? Head of our productions, and yeah, there was Brother Trouble, and no projects other than the remake. This is old. What are the other things? Yeah, this is the old article, talks about Wild Bill being a bit of a guy and also just going left and right having kids, having affairs, going left and right having affairs, and that's probably why Gwen divorced him. But yeah, in this case that doesn't matter if he had other kids. Now, if we assume that Penelope's doing fundraising into Huntington's because her husband's affected, right? Then that would imply he is not Gwen's child. That would imply that he is Leslie's child that Gwen takes in after she dies from Huntington's, and therefore he is not a Roottrie. But then Robert is. Ronald tried to get Robbie kicked out of the trust because Robbie was born after the divorce, even though it still implied that like she was already pregnant while they were married. They just split up after. But then the irony is that he's actually not the Roottrie, but his brother is. Okay, so I think that sorts all of them out. I think it's time to say we are ready. I assume Sam and Clark are coming back to tell us if we're wrong or not. One final booyah!
Beatrice and Courtney May. Clark, Can you swing another test against Bonnie's DNA?
This time I'll be sure to have them verify both samples in person.
Using the family tree you filled out, as well as DNA tests, we were able to uncover the truth behind all the inconsistencies. Clark's handling the business, but I've come to thank you and fill you in on everything we've learned. Buckle up, because it's been one heck of a week. Actually, that's an understatement. It's not every week you discover your family company is being sabotaged by someone they trusted. But that's the kind of time we've been having. Like I said, buckle up. Maybe grab some popcorn. We'll start with Guy Hudson. Guy had a frankly ridiculous number of potential children. What shocked me is how many graduated from potential to confirmed. We can even prove he was aware of them. The smoking gun was how he used company money to pay off a lot of women. He hid it with a method inspired by his idol, Elias. 5-piece flavors. The flavors he was paying to research were a ruse. He developed flavors based on the initials of the women he was paying, which was really stupid, considering one of their names started with X. Let's start with Christine. Guy was paying her under the name Caviar, but there were some other clues. James was born 9 months after Zach's party. Christine was there with Guy, and when she got pregnant, she panicked. Steve stepped up. He even turned it into one of his recipe stories. Not all of Guy's affairs led to offspring. He may have slept with Robin Martin, but she didn't have children, so we'll never know. Also, not every child of Guy's affair partners were his. Robert Garland was born after his parents had already moved to Boston. Skipping Beatrice for now. Up next is Lang Xin-yu. When Guy showed up in China, she was into America. And Americans. Dare I say redheads, even? When she got pregnant, her father paid key genes to fake IVF. They claimed her sister was unable to conceive. But her sister and Jerry had their own son, Mark. Sonia Alves was soon after. Nia was married at a very young age to a much older husband. She resented him. I don't blame her. They allegedly spent no time together in private. Guy was in Brazil during Christmas 1979. It's the only Christmas not in the records. Flavio was born 9 months later, and like the others, Guy started paying Sonia. Last was Susan Ford, hired to translate for Guy's overseas trips. It's easy to read into Guy's donation to her school, but there's no definitive proof there. She and Guy were witnessed together near the end of his life. Susan's husband was convinced he couldn't be the father of her daughters. Guy, though, paid double. The price of twins. So, what about 5 Ps? Felix Fellow's mother, Joanna, doesn't have a 5 pieces flavor. On top of that, his story doesn't really add up. His mother already left the company by the time Guy became president, and his lyrics indicate he was born sometime around 1975. Alone, that wouldn't necessarily prove it, but there are some suspicious connections between Felix and the company's current lawyer, Ruby Spratt. They both grew up in Portland, in foster care, and according to the local paper, they definitely knew one another. Ruby was the one who approached the Roottries to begin with. It was all a setup. Ruby and Felix saw my book's challenge to the Clancet Trust as an opportunity. His mother really had worked for Roottree, and Ruby was a respected lawyer. She exploited my family's greed, worked her way into control of the trust, and ensured Felix got a piece. but they made some mistakes along the way. If you look at the 2 DNA tests that Ruby handled, they were both supposedly tested against Bonnie Hudson. But the 2 signatures that should both represent Bonnie don't match. After Clark and I confronted her, Ruby lawyered up. Ironic, I know. We suspect Ruby had Donatico test Felix against his own mother's DNA. He had a hairbrush of hers. They sent the female sample in remotely. On the second test, Bonnie's sample was tested locally, but Courtney May's was not. Ruby's been throwing away samples. We think she sent her own hair instead of Courtney May's, but it could have been anyone's. Ruby and Felix were in cahoots. As for why, they were both advocates of wealth redistribution. A noble effort, but once they controlled the family fortune, they became just as greedy as the worst members of my family. The money corrupted them. They were so eager to personally wield the wealth for their own cause that they sabotaged any other claims. That finally brings us to Anonymom, aka Beatrice Watts. Her tales of Guy's parties and payoffs were true. She even approached Ruby before 5Ps was on news time. Ruby used Beatrice's truths to make Felix's lies feel real, then ruined the DNA test so that Beatrice looked phony in the public court of opinion. I feel worst for her in all of this. While Ruby and Felix stole the show, there were some other potential new family members as well. Miracle Roottree was less of an open and shut case. That said, it's very likely he had a son with Mary Beth Clementine. Not Stuart. Mary Beth adopted him before she ever set foot in Butler County. That leaves Mark. The timeline fits. He showed up about 9 months after Mary Beth visited Miracle. And the basket baby story is a bit too convenient. If that's not enough on its own, he was also bailed out by the sister of Edith Roottree, Miracle Jr.'s wife, after she changed her name to win that silly contest. Our best guess is that Mark was told by his mother whose son he was, and used that fact to put some pressure on Miracle Jr. We have no real proof of that, but nothing else really makes sense for why they'd be connected in that way. Elias's affair was the most ambiguous. Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias to do things he wouldn't have otherwise done, like pressure to include me in the family. My son even mentioned them arguing about someone named Beth. Combined with Gwyneth's lisp, it's possible the name was actually Bess. Unfortunately, all we know about Bess Williams is that she wrote his book and died not long after, leaving her only son an orphan. The timeline fits with Wildcat, but there's no record if she had any other relationship. Honestly, I wouldn't say we had enough evidence either way. I wouldn't be surprised if Elias cheated. Of course, I'm a bit biased. Regardless, we haven't gotten in touch with any of the Williams clan yet. That means we haven't been able to do a DNA test. As Clark mentioned, from here on out, all of our DNA tests will be in person for both parties. Lastly, we have a bit of a curveball. Ron Roottree isn't related to us by blood. Gwyn was definitely pregnant, so it's likely Robbie is. When Ron and Robbie went to visit their mother at the end of her life, something changed. Additionally, there have been a few rumors circling around Ron. RR Productions canceled the Guys Like Us remake due to the director's illness. At the same time, Ron's wife Penelope began doing benefits for Huntington's disease, stating that she had become familiar with it. Huntington's is the same disease that Gwyn's former co-star Leslie Florence had. It's passed from parent to child. It can't skip a generation. Because Gwyn and Wild Bill didn't have Huntingtons, and Ron seems to, it's impossible Gwyn was his mother. I recently confirmed all this with Ron. At the end of her life, Gwyn told Ron the story. Leslie and Bill had an affair the same year Leslie learned she had Huntington's. Leslie got pregnant. Leslie wasn't likely to survive to see her child grow up. And even if she did, she didn't want to be a burden. She begged Gwyn and Wild Bill to adopt her child. Gwyn did. Mere weeks after she found out she was having her own son, she also took in Ron. Wild Bill was a problem. Unreliable and a serial adulterer. Gwyn divorced him and never saw him again. Gwyn had already told Starlet she was pregnant, so it never really made waves when people saw her with a child in Paris. There was gossip during her divorce when she was discovered to be pregnant again. In actuality, it was the final months of her only pregnancy. To lay low, she stayed in Paris long enough that even her own family never had reason to question the timeline. It's one heck of a story, and frankly nobody could be expected to piece the timeline together. Not with what few mentions of Gwyn's past have survived. But the Huntingtons itself? That's proof. Ron suing Robbie to remove him from the Clancet Trust was a huge moment in my story, and a major catalyst for this entire investigation. Finding out that it's been pretty much backwards this whole time has been a bit surreal. So that's where we're at. Looking over the information you sent us was invaluable. You got everything absolutely correct. Why did we even bother hiring a team? You figured it all out solo. All this information, this entire story, it's a lot, in more ways than one. Some of it has the potential to destroy marriages and ruin relationships. We're handling it all very, very carefully, but we couldn't have gotten here without you. And with that, I guess our tale has finally, truly come to an end. What a strange one it was. No words can express how grateful I am to you for untangling this mess. Honestly, I've had enough of my family's eccentricities and scandals for one lifetime. I imagine you have as well. And if not, well, there's always Elias's and Gwyneth's brothers and sisters.
Okay, well, that is it. That is truly the end of The Roottries Are Dead, Roottreemania. And yeah, well, that was quite a ride, quite a fun ride, getting into all of the family dirt, family secrets, everything like that, finding clues. But yeah, I mean, some of the little bits, like, it gets a bit frustrating with like, oh yeah, what is this last piece of something I need to find that's just hidden somewhere, I don't know where. But yeah, you can solve the game without it. Like, there were things I was missing in the original game that I've managed to figure things out without, and there are things like I missed in Roottreemania and I still figure everything out. So yeah, I mean, this is a great investigation game, and I'm glad it got made, and I'm glad I got to play it. And I hope the creators go forward and make other interesting things, similar, or, you know, maybe completely different in terms of gameplay, but it's still like investigation game. But yeah, that will be it. There's nothing more to find. There's nothing more to play. I mean, actually, I lied. There is apparently some extra thing in there that's called like Family Doku, where it's basically like little side stories. I've at some point looked at it where it like led to a series of books about something, but the game like warns you multiple times that this isn't anything to do with the main story. This is like fun mini games, but like there's already so much content in this game that I omitted looking into it for video reasons. So I guess if you somehow watch this whole video and you play the game but you know nothing about it, then you can go back and see if you can find that yourself and see what it is about. Yeah, I guess I have to find something else to play, and therefore I will see you soon on another adventure.